Last session, you had arrived at Vintius, a drow city that long ago had been abandoned. Though you had found that the streets were not completely devoid of life, upon wandering the winding pathways of the old town, you came across a patrol of undead, sluggishly wandering the roads. Without much issue, you evaded them and changed your direction. High up in the citadel, the tower fortress of the old city, away from the danger lurking in the streets, you took refuge, making camp for the night. We start today's session still deep into the night as Evelyn wakes from her slumber, feeling a sudden twinge at the back of her head. A muffled white noise dominates your thoughts for a moment. A noise like the rushing of waves, dampened by windows. Before the voice reaches you. Evelyn, there have been some developments. But first, how far have you come? I suppose you have not by some miracle arrived.
No, we haven't reached the city yet. Still progressing through the caves down here. Would I have an idea, Beggar, roughly have I been told how far out we potentially are? I'm trying to remember if that's been a conversation that we've had or not.
Not really.
Like at breakfast?
Because I know we were told, like, it could take us a month, if I recall correctly off the top of my head, a month or two of traveling.
Didn't we just ask the dwarf whose life we saved, like, hey, how far is the mountain? And he said, oh, like, I didn't.
He gave you very complex
Super
directions.
vague. Yeah.
None of which really indicated any amount of time.
Okay.
But you do know where you are right now.
I don't know if I know enough then to give Vidar more than that.
After you speak, there is a long silence. Faint, you can hear the rise and faint of the white noise, like an accelerated ebb and flow of tide. As you listen closely, the return of the voice almost startles you. There has been another attack. But for now, all is safe. Where are you currently?
You're just trying to make me admit that we went off course, Beggar. We took a minor detour to go to a city, Vintius. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
It seemed roughly on the way according to our guide. We were hoping that we might be able to find something of use as well.
Another long silence follows you around. The rushing subsides, and for a good minute or so, there is no response.
He's upset.
He's reading out the name.
He's like, where the F did you go?
What? Which place? Let me,
not on my map.
let
Hold
me
on.
Google it real quick.
Then you hear the white noise again. It has become harder to reach you. I suspect interference of overground blight. We may be in luck with current path. A rush of white noise follows the words, but before you get a chance to respond, another sending reaches you. First, you hear only the rushing. Better way for us to talk. And with interference, better way for us to stay in contact. I need you to retrieve an object.
It's getting harder to hear you. What object?
Retrieve core skull of a bone construct. If there are any Necrotech still to be found, they will be in Vintius. Contact tomorrow.
Understood.
You finish your reply, unsure whether or not all of the words have reached Vidar. But silence returns to the warm stone halls of the citadel. Despite the warmth, the air feels fresh as a breeze makes its path through the doors too warm to close fully, through windows eroded in their frames and decayed shutters. You feel rested despite the early hours.
Is that the... Did he say the core skull of a bone construct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Am I familiar with a bone construct? I mean, I know that we've been reading somewhat the notes.
You could give me a quick history check.
That would be a... It's 21.
There is often confusion when talking about bone construct. They are, in their make, very similar to other constructs, golems and the like. As in, they are purely constructs. With the, of course, slight exception of their material. But many confuse them, at least many unlearned, with undead, which, of course, being necromantic in nature, are very different. You know that the Drow, even though they did have a culture in necromancy, mainly used constructs as their way to wage war, giving rise to the now infamous Necrotech.
Okay. Keeping that in mind, would I be able to hazard a guess that perhaps the patrol that we ran across earlier was, and maybe at least led by a bone construct? Or possibly what they were all bone constructs? Would that make... Or is it more likely they were undead based upon what we came across? Or what we saw?
From the way they seemed to move, sort of irregular and sluggish, they seemed to be more on the side of undead than construct.
Okay.
But it is possible that you could, of course, create a construct to mimic undead.
Okay. Good to know. Just gonna read over this page again. Evelyn will just kind of sit up and think about things as she waits for people to fully wake up.
Mhm. Eventually, every one of you wakes.
Just wordlessly start preparing breakfast.
Right. Oh, how'd everyone sleep?
All right. Got a message from Vadar though. He's having more difficulty communicating with us. Probably thinks it's the blight. So he said we needed. I mentioned where we were, and he said we should try and find a core skull of a bone construct from the Necrotech down here. That would assist in communication.
Necrotech.
Which I'm trying to look over the notes real quick. I think our best bet would be the Institute, but I'm trying to read it over again.
So it sounds like he needs to talk to us more about something?
Just some possible increases in events, I think is what he was trying to say. He was trying to check on our progress, but it seems like this might have been a beneficial detour.
What do you think he's going to need this Necrotech for?
I think it's purely for communicating with us.
I mean, it must be reasonably important if he felt it necessary to contact us. He hasn't done that before while we've been down here. I mean, anytime in the last couple of weeks, I mean.
No, it sounds like there might have been another attack.
That's not good.
Definitely not good.
But communication with him was difficult. A lot of what he was saying was fading in and out, like there was a lot of magical interference or something filtering out words or interrupting. So I was only getting bits and pieces.
Okay.
I think if we can locate this core skull, then we'll be able to have a better idea of what's going on. I believe the Institute would likely be the best place to at least begin to look for that, which I don't think is too far off.
Kind of directly across the main fortress from us, I think.
I just hope he doesn't use this Necrotech to build his own army and
Well,
make this war even worse, or this possible war.
primarily, it's mostly about constructs. creating constructs, not actually undead, just constructs from the dead, which technically they're. Well, this isn't what Vidar asked for. I'm thinking if there was a situation where we're having to fight beings from another realm that seem to be able to kill hundreds with simple words, it might be beneficial to at least look and see if that's something we could use to aid us.
Even if they're not undead, I don't see much of a difference. Construct, undead. Can't think, can be controlled, will do what you want from them. For better or for worse.
We can at least take a look. But
I mean, sure, we
believe
can
primarily-
look. I just think we should be careful.
Of course. I do think, though, that there's a high chance that some of the beings that we could come across that might appear undead are actually constructs.
Good to know.
Which would
I
just
don't think
continue
a lot
to.
of my magic works on constructs. That's good to know.
Yeah, good things to keep in mind for situations.
Hmm. Well, I think we were going to head there anyway. The Institute, I mean.
So, be on our.
Question is, how do we want to
Okay.
get there? Because I know we talked about the vault in the middle, down there on that side.
Well, you could perhaps pass by the vault and at least take a look around from the outside and see if it looks like there's anything we could access there, or if it's worth hitting up perhaps on the way back.
Yeah. Beggar, standing on like the balcony, we're really high up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So looking out this way,
Yes.
like, can we see the big vine and that it has impacted the wall there?
You can definitely tell that as the large road follows around this seemingly dried out lake bend, that where it would lead out towards the other side of the gate, your vision is blocked by a gigantic vine. Unfortunately, of course, you cannot see beyond the, sort of apex of the vine, but
Mm-hmm.
it's likely that it continues on, either reaching the ground before the gate or maybe even reaching over the gate.
Seems like there should be a gate on the other side over there. Or if there isn't, it looks like that vine might have damaged the wall. So I think we could probably head through. Seems like
Cool.
a direct route. I don't know.
We'll just want to be cautious, obviously.
Yeah.
As best to try and avoid as many of these possible patrols that could be out and about as possible.
So we should take a stealthy approach, right?
It's not a horrible call as we're moving about.
So I guess leaving behind our two froggy friends is the best idea then.
Oh, probably will keep them safer at least as well.
Alternative suggestion, we could just go over a lot of this. I don't...
I know
I
I
can
could
climb some
fly
vines.
over it.
Yeah, I mean fly over, like stay high and then just drop down where we need to. Thoughts? vaults. I mean, I don't know.
If we have a way to transport everyone, it's not a horrible idea.
Well, Huxley, you can turn into something that flies, is that right?
Yeah.
You could do that. We have a broom.
And then I suppose Huxley could fly, I can fly, and you and
think-
Slay could ride on the broom.
I think it could take us. It would just be pretty slow.
It can carry someone.
Oh, well, that works then.
I can always climb if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying though, if we're trying to go in high and then
Yeah.
Could just leave from the balcony here
right.
instead of walking down the stairs.
How high is this cavern? It must be huge. Can we even like see the
At
ceiling?
the moment, you cannot see in the ceilings. The highest thing you can see above is vines stretching out of the murky green fog. But where those end is still a mile above the highest tower of the city.
Don't know. There might be some type of air defenses, but we wouldn't know until we got up there.
Right. There's no harm in trying, at least, just being on our guard as we do so.
Or more crows.
Yeah.
All right then. Soleil, would you prefer to ride on Huxley or the broom?
Do you even have to ask?
I'm
As he
just
smiles towards Huxley.
Hmm.
Huxley will turn into a giant wasp.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. As he jumps on.
Guess we're off?
Yes, I can ride on the broom with you though, and there's no issue, right?
Yeah. Yeah. we can do that.
Yeah. Then that will probably help with speed because I can only go 30. I'm pretty sure Huxley can travel further as a wasp,
Yeah.
so that'll help us stay somewhat closer together.
Okay.
But I'm not worried if I fall.
I'm not either. Finally.
Yeah, so I guess we'll do that. And I think we're heading to the Institute, going somewhat over the vault.
Yeah, probably scouting it, but
Yeah,
we were told to get a skull today. We should get a skull.
right. So, and then...
I mean, do you fly above it or do you fly close to the ground to scout?
Probably initially... Go ahead.
I was gonna suggest about the same level we are from the top of this tower. I don't know how that.
I mean,
seemed
from
really high.
here you see about as much as you would see from above the building. You see its blue domed roof.
I think we're trying to look for movement of activity. Does it
Okay.
look like we see any of those patrols moving around? So low enough that we could be able to see that kind of a thing. I don't think we're necessarily trying to look inside the vault at this point, though. Unless someone else wanted to.
Yeah, I think low enough to be able to see people. I don't know. Range that would be really good.
So, moving through the city, you would all roll stealth as an entire group. And the average result would be what your stealth roll turns out to be. Same as the frogs, if you are flying, you are faster, but you will make the check at disadvantage.
Kind of fair. Giant wasp isn't the stealthiest option, probably.
There's also not a lot of cover in the open air.
24.
14.
So, does the wasp make the save, or do I also have to make
Both.
this? Okay.
Everyone in the group.
A save or a roll?
I'll roll
Stealth.
stealth
Stealth
roll.
check.
Yeah.
With
I got a
disadvantage,
19.
right?
Yes, with disadvantage.
No.
So what was the results?
I have 24.
24. Jeez.
Well, I rolled an 18 and a 16.
18 for me.
I rolled 2 18s, so 19.
Ooh.
That is a very, very good disadvantage stealth. Also, when it comes to stealth, I guess that's the one part where I think it's good that Kara is not in the party anymore. Kara was not the stealthiest, right?
Nope.
True.
I think she was about as stealthy as a
As a heavy armor
As a-
paladin can be.
wasp, so I think she has always disadvantage because of
Yeah, true.
her armor. I think. Right.
She's gonna be alright when we return. Good old Kara. So what did Red roll?
14?
Wow, that is like a really good,
Yeah, it's a group. Not bad.
really good
At
group thing.
the center of Vintius lies a great pit that once, perhaps, judging from the docks and piers still looming above it, held a small but deep lake, an extended moat. Surrounded by this moat then would have been a small island not much larger than a rock, holding a single but significant building, the vault. Its white marble walls set it apart from the rest of the city, a bright jewel against the dark gray of buildings and walls. And despite the clear signs of decay and erosion, it remains bright, apart from the slight green hue it is covered in. Long covered bridges connect the island to the surrounding inner town, spanning over the long dried out lake bend. From above, you don't see much in terms of activity. Nothing moves around the vault, and though you see signs of clutter surrounding the vault, nothing suggests that there are any living things or unliving things waiting inside of it. You pass over the vault, flying toward the Necrotechnical Institute. Ignore that. Could everyone roll me a perception roll?
A natural 20,
13.
10.
which would
4.
be 22.
I'm just way too focused on riding frickin' giant walls.
It's really difficult to look around someone when you're riding on the back of the bird.
Yeah.
Did anyone make a 16?
Yeah,
Red did.
natural 20.
Okay, right. I see my special eyes. You fly past much of the inner city, nearing the inner wall and the towers surrounding it. As you slowly begin your descent towards the Institute, you do notice something in the distance. Between some of the buildings further out along the outskirts, you see movement, but not on the ground as you'd expected. You see wings. Large wings that shouldn't be able to fly, and they don't move, not in the way a creature that is flying would. The bony wings stretch out like hands, and the creature simply circles above the buildings, close to the edge of the city. It doesn't appear to have noticed you.
I'm just gonna whisper to Evelyn. Skeletal dragon construct thing.
I can't see it around you. I mean, if you could move. No.
I can't. Just like
Just, how close is it?
it's far away. It's like across
Right.
the city over there by the wall.
Maybe descend a bit then to not
Yeah.
drag its attention. And I'll kind of glance over
Doesn't see it.
towards Soleil and like gesture in some direction that I think Rhett's looking at, but have no idea. Just kind of like make a hushing movement and then pointing down.
I'm just gonna message Soleil.
as everyone's doing like a just go down. Shh.
There's some type of flying skeletal dragon construct, but southeast quite a ways. It hasn't seen us. We should probably descend quicker.
You can see Soleil seek eye contact with you guys. And then he nods and says back, "Okay, I will tie Hux. But what the hell is Ablin doing there?"
She's trying to get around me or something to see it. Stop squirming around back there. I will pull this room over.
Maybe I'll just fly my own.
Yes, I will relay the message to Hux. To the giant wasp. Please don't answer with bzzing.
I suppose we...
Around the tall towers and the buildings of the inner city, like another wall, the central road separates the inner district from common residents' lower caste. Like a river, it forms a natural barrier, more so perceived by societal pressure than any physical separation. You fly down, slowly landing at the side of this road, from which alleyways and smaller streets split like a web, until you arrive at your destination. Against the shadow of the looming wall, a low white building stretches around a courtyard. Above its main gateway, the building proudly displays its name openly to the street. Though it is written in the Drow language, the long words are often repeated in text, and they are, even in their own language, quite unique. Read, you would recognize this text. Translated, it simply reads, Necrotechnical Institute of Intius.
I'm gonna go ahead and, as we're getting ready to enter this place, just cast, instead of doing a ritual casting, just cast Comprehend Languages on myself.
How long does Comprehend Languages last?
An hour.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Is Huxley transformed back from the?
Yeah, I'll turn back.
I'm gonna cast Aid on us. Give us all 10 extra hit points. Well, everyone but myself.
So, how much fun do you guys think would be riding one of those Necrotech flying things?
A lot of fun.
I think so too.
Probably not very comfortable.
They look kind of bony, to be fair.
I couldn't really see it very well.
I couldn't either.
Well, listen. I can't. What?
Maybe next time we should sit in front.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
I think it kind of blended in. It was kind of like a grayish white, and a lot of the buildings are kind of like grayish.
Like if you two went to the theater or something, you would probably not sit in front of Abram, right? You would like do it the other way around. Just makes sense.
I think we would sit beside each other because that's how theaters work. But yeah,
But there are only these two seats empty.
Right, but I mean, when you go to
Sure.
a theater, there's the whole like suites and the balcony rooms, which relatively doesn't matter where you're
unless it's
sitting
an
from. You'll be
open
able
air
to.
theater.
I've never been to one of those.
Or circus.
Yeah, well, yeah. I have a feeling this institute's going to be a circus.
Looking over, does it look like there's an obvious entrance? I'm assuming. We can see the signage, but is it like a big door or?
Yeah, it's this open gateway. There probably used to be some sort of iron gate there once, but in the decay of the vines and the plants, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not it has fallen or there even was a gate to begin with.
Is it kind of like a small academic, I don't know, campus type of feel?
It would appear that way. You have this sort of central building and these long wings to each side.
So it's kind of open. Okay.
If you begin searching, you can give me an investigation roll each.
Investigation. That's
And you can also let me know if you're looking for anything in particular.
I ain't got
So they would
investigation
just look for
on there.
everything that looks necrotech-y, whatever that means. But yeah, he has no idea of this stuff, so he's just gonna look out.
Hux is gonna pretend to know what he's supposed to search for and just, like rummage around
11
to
to
look for
survey.
anything that looks interesting. I got a 14.
Both looking around for any signs of actual constructs, along with books. Trying to find anything along those lines. Investigation is a 27.
Jeez.
I mean, she's the smart one.
Searching for anything of interest, you begin to scour the wings of the building. Disappointingly, you come upon room after room of mostly empty space, save for decayed old furniture that has long fallen victim to plants and mushrooms. Much of the building between the two wings appears to be of a similar state. Until, Evelyn, you obviously reach this place first. You reach a staircase leading further down. In Drow, in carved intricate letters, the name above the doorway simply states library.
We'll eagerly head to the library.
Do you gather the others before you do, or do you head in alone?
Is anybody close enough that she can see them?
I'd say in general you are relatively close to each other, seeing as you're in the same building, sort of wandering around each individually.
You're putting a bunch of books in front of Evelyn, so she's going to like make a quick gesture or comment of like, there's a library down here, and then just start heading there, whether or not paying attention to if anyone heard her or not.
Then everyone else, you can give me a perception roll.
I'm still looking
17.
at the
Oh
stars.
no. 8.
A natural one.
Yeah, Soleil, you hear. You see sort of, you see Soleil from the side, you see sort of his cat ear twitch as you hear Evelyn say something. And as you turn your head, you see her descend this staircase into what looks like a basement.
Since I'm a little bit frustrated of finding nothing up here, I'm just gonna follow her. A little bit behind, strolling downstairs behind her. And leave the top floor, or the floor we're currently in, rather, to the other two.
Hux is really excited about some mushrooms that he found.
Pretending that you know what you're looking for, as you open one of the doors to a room, you see this sort of... It almost looks like a construct where these chairs and tables were all pushed together into a pile and have begun melding together in this abomination of mushrooms and plants. And the other two reach the library.
Amazing. Right.
The air grows colder as you descend the staircase into the basement level of the Institute. The dim light that fell through many windows of the building above begins to fade as you reach the bottom of the stairs. Through a large gateway without a gate lies a long hall shrouded in darkness. The hall stretches across 2 levels around its central area. Each of its walls, save for the one opposite of you, is lined with enormous bookcases filled to the brim with leather-bound tomes. Many of the bookcases close to the entrance, particularly those lower, easily within range of people's arms, look somewhat devastated. Books from those shelves look ripped apart, flung around, tossed to the ground, and aside from the destruction, many books just seem to be missing from the shelves. You can spend an hour searching for general or specific information with an investigation check here.
Yeah, I'm also going to use my at-will cast Detect Magic just to see if any of these books are magical as I start to make my way through them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just... It only lasts for technically 10 minutes, but I would keep recasting it for the entirety of the hour to assist with my investigation.
You, because of your comprehend languages, you may roll the investigation check with advantage. As you search for the full hour, keeping up Detect Magic at all times, you realize very quickly that amongst the myriad of books, none with any kind of magic can be found.
Fine, most of my thought was that those will be the ones that'll be more intact still. That's a natural 20 though.
Roll me a 1d4, please.
A 1.
All of these books that I give you information on are quite comprehensive, and I will send you the info on them if you choose to study them, but doing so will probably take
Take time.
quite a bit of time.
It's fine.
But during your search, you find one particular book that stands out to you. The name of the book is The Planar Travel Compendium. But what stands out to you is not the title nor the contents of the book. In the middle of the book, a section of several pages seems to be cut out. Instead of these pages, you see a small note attached to the page before that simply states, "Moved to forbidden section."
I need to find the forbidden section.
By the way, while she's doing it, like, Soleil is just gonna be like, oh, books, nah, don't like them. He's just
Okay,
gonna be
so I'm
like,
guessing you don't search around.
yeah, he's not gonna. He's gonna
What is
search around
your
in his own
passive
way.
investigation?
Investigation 10. He's just gonna like grab his bloodhound amulet and is just gonna close his eyes and just check if there's like a weird smell coming from anywhere or something. Just like using his senses to like keep a lookout for weird stuff instead of
Okay.
going through books. He's just gonna do what he's good at and not opening books. If it's not a drawing notebook.
During your hour of searching, Evelyn, you also find very general information on the nature of Necrotech.
Hmm?
Necrotech seems to be a very general term, ranging from constructs such as siege engines to troop transports to more refined golem-like constructs.
Okay.
Soleil,
That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
can you give me a perception roll?
Does it have to be with smell?
It does, but it would be a disadvantage, and you get advantage.
So it's a
cancel.
normal roll. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. 21.
There are a lot of not so pleasant smells around. Primarily among the smell of moisture, pages, books, you smell mold. But there's something else in between all of that. A sort of dusty foulness that seems to only be around as you pass by the back wall of the library.
Okay. I would like to, because this intrigues me, would like to concentrate on this smell and focus on this particular scent. And would like to use my Bloodhound amulet to visually make that a thing, the scent. Make it visually as a cloud of red vapor for up to 1 hour. To see if
As
it like comes from
You
somewhere.
spend the first hour in the library. At this point, Red Huxley, you would have also found the entrance and found the others of your team.
Evelyn just flipping through various books.
Soleil, as you visualize the scent, you notice a large cloud of it. It doesn't seem to be a trail as much as it just seems to flow like a large river slowly extending from a crack in the wall in front of you.
Yeah, curious kitty. Checking the crack.
The crack, the broken wall, shows obvious signs of someone using force to attempt to break through. You see large furrows where an implement, a pickaxe, maybe an axe, something of the sort, has carved deep into the massive brick. Inside the hole, you don't see much. You see more stone. And mostly darkness.
So even with the dark vision, you can't see anything in it.
At the moment, at least, there doesn't seem to be another side to this.
Okay.
Emmeline will kind of speak up absent-mindedly, not even realizing that Rhett and Huxley have come into the library yet. Soleil, this is something about forbidden section. We need to find that.
Forbidden section.
Probably something locked away, different room possibly, but that might have more of what we're looking for.
2 things to say. I got about this. I don't know why I talked like fucking Yoda or whatever there. There is a crack in the wall here that is very weird, and there's also a weird smell coming out of it. So maybe it has to do something with like a secret room with a secret section where secret wizardry book stuff is in.
I will pocket the books I've been looking at and make my way over to Soleil.
Could be anything, but this is a weird thing here.
Do I detect any magic coming from this one?
You do not.
Looking in the hole, can I tell how far it goes?
It doesn't
Or is it
seem
just
to
like
go
somebody who
very
tried
far.
to break through it and didn't get through.
Someone definitely seemed to try to break through this, and they too broke this first layer of massive brick, and then likely gave up. There seems to be no more stone just beyond.
And
Are these 2 doors lethal?
What?
The
Yes.
2 doors.
So those are open staircases leading to the second level above.
Got it. Understand.
I take time to study the wall in front of me and search for anything that could be like a opening for a trapdoor or signs that there could be a door or passage beyond this wall. Assuming like something could be pressed mechanically or something like that.
Give me an investigation roll.
Maybe it's the classic pull the book out of the shelf
Except
and all of
or
a
push a
sudden
brick.
it opens. Yeah, push a brick.
I will use
You
my
have to touch several bricks with a broom. Welcome to Diagon Alley.
Nice. I'm gonna use my magnifying glass and stuff like that to assist me while I'm looking through it. So I think that means I get to buy my rolls. As long as I get to use those, I get to add double my proficiency when I'm investigating. Which would make that a 31.
Not too bad.
You examine the wall closely. Looking carefully around the bricks. Looking carefully for a sign whether or not the closest bookcase or anything really is connected. And whether or not there's anything that is adjustable, movable along this wall. But the only thing you find that seems curious is that the erosion on these middle bricks or plates of stone wall seem to be just slightly less eroded than the rest of the wall.
That's odd. But they're not magical. Can I think of anything that would cause that? Like something originally being in front of the wall, blocking part of it to keep it protected from like the natural air around it, or
There
there anything
doesn't
that
seem
makes
to
sense?
be any shape.
Mhm.
The newer portion of the wall seems to close exactly with the end of its plate.
So this part of the wall slay is really odd. Can't see any way that we could possibly open anything, but it's like it's newer, or it's melted almost perfectly in place.
Interesting.
Is this also the same section where somebody tried to break through?
Mm-hmm.
Also, you're basically talking to Soleil's back because he's pulling random books out of the shelf the whole time.
I'm gonna. Oh, I should. I'm gonna try. Like I don't. I don't think this will work, but I'm gonna try it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cast knock on the wall in front of me, which I could choose an object that contains a mundane or magical means that prevents access. If the target is held shut by a mundane lock, or that is stuck or barred, becomes unlocked, unstuck, or unbarred. If the object has multiple locks, only one of them is unlocked. If you choose a target that is held shut with an arcane lock, that spell is suppressed for 10 minutes, during which time the target can be opened and shut normally. When you cast a spell, a loud knock, audible from as far away as 300 feet, emanates from the target object.
That is a loud knock.
As you hear this sort of loud, just clattering, this knock against the stone, you see the section of the wall that seems to you newer than the rest, almost as if hit by a force from behind, release this puff of smoke from its cracks and crevices. A couple of the stones of the section that was sort of broken in, caved in, come clattering out. But the wall as a whole remains intact.
That's interesting.
That was not the stealthiest approach. You can see Soleil, like almost feral nature style, like went on almost all fours, like one paw on his, one hand on the ground, like in this weird, like defensive pose, because he got like super scared from that sound.
From the time that Huxley and Red arrived, it would have been about an hour, during which time you could also roll me an investigation roll if you were looking at the books, looking for general information.
Sure.
I believe in Hux. Bookworm Hux.
Yes. Oh, fuck.
16. You want me to tell you if I'm looking for anything specific, or is it just kind of general?
You can tell me if you're looking for anything in specific, but otherwise it will just be general.
I think I'm
13.
interested in this vault. Is there anything about the vault? What it holds? Treasures of the city of Vintius or something like that would be interesting.
Okay. You rolled a
16.
16. Okay. Can both of you roll me a 1d4 each?
Four.
4.
1. Hux is just drawing out random books from the shelves and like reading the titles to see if anything sounds interesting to him.
In the library, not all of the titles are written in Drow. Some of them seem to be written in Common, as are the books that they contain. As you look around, Huxley, most of the books seem really boring. However, from the few that you can read, you see a couple that look a little bit more extravagant than the others. They look like they could hold some value.
Yeah, if they look like someone will pay me money for them, I will pocket them. At least like.
Okay, roll me 3d6.
3d6.
Mm-hmm.
8.
You find around 8 books that look like they could bring some value, even if their subject matter does not seem relevant or interesting at all. Red, you find some general knowledge. There's a few books on the castes and houses of Drow society. You find a ledger filled with Drow ballads, most of which are about intrigue and unrequited romance. You do find a book that contains information on poison and the cultivation of poisons. But the book that most catches your attention is a book on the invasion of devils and a supposed deal the Drow Empire had made with them.
Okay. I remember that there was a garden, so can I still take the poison book?
Yeah.
And I will take the invasion book as well. And I'll clip one page from the Sexy Ponies book.
As you pocket the book on the devil invasion, you hear this loud knock at the end of the other hall.
A gleeful looking outlet. Who's searching through her bags now. Before she pulls out a crowbar.
At the same time, Soleil is like thinking to himself, this might be far-fetched, but when he starts running at Ablin, just before reaching her, he poofs into the slip. Because this is a library, and there was some kind of library mentioned by Tifu, where he met like a weird mage in the library, and some weird stuff that Soleil didn't understand with the entrances here and there is here and blah blah blah, that he's like not able to process. But he's like, I'm in a library. He said something with a slip. Let's just go into the slip and see if something happens.
Do you just try to slip
Yeah.
behind Evelyn, or do you try to slip through the wall?
Yeah, of course I'm gonna try to slip through the wall and see what happens.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check, please.
Evelyn, like, I've got a crowbar. And then,
And then he poofs. Natural 20.
jeez.
I think Soleil just walked through the wall.
It's like,
You hear
like in
the
those
soft
old cartoons. There's just like
pattering of Soleil's paws as he begins to run. And then just as he's about to reach Evelyn and the wall, he vanishes. Almost as if he'd run behind something that makes him invisible. Soleil, as you feel this weird pull, you get this sensation of feeling nothing that you initially had when waking up in the slip. Unlike then, you feel your breathing at a somewhat normal pace. But similar to the first time, your vision doesn't return immediately. A couple of images begin flashing through your mind. You find yourself in an unfamiliar location. It's a sunny day. A market, stalls line the area around you. You see people around you wearing clothing you've never seen before. You hear this chatter, but everything sounds muffled to your ears. And then in front of you, you see a procession pass by. A few people on horseback, a few servants behind, and you make eye contact with a young woman on one of the horses. And you see the face of Lorana. Though she looks older and doesn't seem to recognize you. For several seconds, you hold the stare before you see tears forming in her eyes as she turns away, following the procession. And then you suddenly snap out of it and find yourself in a small, dark room.
the hell this actually worked. Okay. This was weird.
I'm gonna start going at the wall with my crowbar.
Rat assumes that
Making
Soleil
a-
realized it was an illusion and jogs through the wall.
Give me a strength check.
He's like, "Oh, we're going."
Natural
Natural
20.
20.
Oh my god.
20.
Just full speed straight into the wall.
You see a rat just run past you, slamming full body into the wall. You hear this sort of
What?
crack, and for a moment you're not quite sure if he broke his own arm or the wall, but he just sort of flops to the ground, rolling in pain.
Rat.
Soleil, you hear this thump behind you. This sort of thin of debris from the walls and the
Soleil started
ceiling
running. I
around
thought we
you.
had to run.
He
An
did his thing.
illusion.
Behind you, you
Right.
see a large stone door.
Does it have like a handle or something that might
It
be
does.
able to open it? I'm gonna try and open it first before I look at all the things in here.
As you turn the handle, it feels broken almost. As you turn the handle, it seems like you're turning nothing. It freely moves back and forth without any sort of mechanism seemingly attached.
I'm just gonna push the door a little bit slightly to see if it's maybe open.
You push and the door gives way a little bit before coming to a stop. Something on the other side seems to be blocking the door.
But I can't open it enough to like get my head in and see what it is, I guess.
It's only like a couple centimeters you can push the
Okay.
door.
Crowbar. Okay. Guess I'm gonna check the room first and see what's in here. So I'm still quite shaken from what I saw. Now I'm just wondering if that was like just an illusion or something that because it's the slip, I can like move to other places in this world, even if it's not that far. So I'm wondering, maybe it's something that's happening somewhere else in the world. So maybe Lorana is out there somewhere. Pretty sad, sitting. Right? Was she sitting on a horse or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
She seemed to be part of this procession
procession.
going by this bazaar of sorts.
Especially since she looked older. That would make him think like maybe that's how she looks now. Although did she seem like older in like just a year older? That maybe that was like a year older than the last time I saw her, or like older, like 10, 20 years older. Much older
Not
than
10, 20 years. She looks slightly aged, but
okay.
it's impossible to tell.
So in a realistic aging way. Basically, in a normally aging way. Not in
Could
a
be 1 to 5 years.
okay.
Of course, stress can also,
Yeah.
make a person look older than they are. It's hard to tell within this span, at least. You can give me a perception or an investigation roll. And Evelyn, as you start
25.
trying to pry these slabs of stone from the wall, give me a strength check.
$19.
So many strong people in this party all of a sudden.
I just rolled an 18.
It
I only have
I
a plus
softened it up for you.
takes a while to move
one.
one of
After
these
a
heavy
short
slabs.
couple of times, I'm
a
going to ask for
small-
Huxley to come help me.
Even as you use all the leverage you have, all the strength that you have, you push this brick out of the wall a small inch by inch by inch.
You're jumping and
Yeah,
pulling
I'll
it
come
down.
help.
Right. Hans, Huxley.
Yeah.
Soleil, what did you roll?
25.
You stand in a largely empty small chamber. The air is thick with dust and this smell that you had smelled, emanating very clearly from the body, the corner of the room. For the most part, the body seems desiccated, almost completely dried out, almost mummified to a point. But it still oozes that scent of decay. Looking around, you see bookcases that are largely completely emptied out. A couple of books still lay on the ground. You see a crate in the corner containing a few books. Almost looks like someone was packing these up to leave.
I look at that corpse for a moment, but then I feel like maybe I should make sure that this is actually not the slip anymore, or some kind of illusion, but to make sure the others are actually there. And since I heard this loud thump from the other door, from the side of the door, I'm gonna like open the door as far as I can, like so it opens a couple centimeters, and I'm just gonna scream through it, like, "Hello? Are you guys there? Can you hear me?"
Evelyn read faintly. You hear, "Can you guys hear me?" As you yell at the door,
We hear ya.
you do find something on the corner. Not very hidden. Clutched in one hand is a small piece of paper, crumpled. In the other, another, larger piece of paper, similarly crumpled. It's as if this person was just clutching onto these as they lay dying.
I'm gonna go over there because I heard something from the other side, right? They responded somehow, so I'm like,
You
okay.
hear this muffled.
It's very
Sound,
likely they
yes.
are there, so this is probably the real world. So I'm gonna, like, I guess I have to take a look around and grab whatever looks important. I'm gonna check the corpse like completely, as much as just to see what it grabs in its hands, and maybe something else they carry around.
Even though they wear armor like a guard would, they don't seem to have any sort of weapons or any sort of tools and equipment that a guard would have. Aside from the notes, you find nothing worth mentioning on this body. The notes, of course, are to you at the moment unreadable, written in Drow.
Gonna take them, sound important anyway. Put them in my pocket. So there are also books lying around.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, almost empty. Like, what does almost mean? How many books are still in here?
Just like it is on the picture. You see there's a couple books still in the shelves, just standing by their lonesome. A couple books look to have fallen on the ground. There are a couple books in the crate over here. But these shelves are nowhere near as filled as the ones on the outside.
I'm gonna sift through the books to see if there's anything I can read, or anything that looks expensive or important, or
All of these books look to be, or to have been at some point, in very decent quality. All leather bound, all with large imprints on their backs and on their covers. But they have suffered from decay, and unfortunately for you, they are all written in Drow. The only thing out of the ordinary you find among these books is a collection of pages that seem to have been cut from a book, hastily bound together by string. But unfortunately, these you can also not read.
yeah. I'm gonna grab like all the small things, like these pages, and I'm gonna grab all the books I can carry, basically. Random
Okay.
books, and
You don't have a bag of holding, right?
true.
So just how many you can like carry in your arms?
Yeah,
and
probably like
backpack?
I don't know, 6 or something. I don't know how many I could.
Okay,
carry.
yeah, you can grab a couple of them.
Yeah. And yeah, before that, I'm gonna take a look around just to check if I haven't missed anything, like if there's something behind the shelves or whatever, just to check if this is all the room has to offer, or there's like maybe there's like another entrance to another room or whatever, like behind the crates
Mhm.
in the corner, or I don't know.
Give me another investigation roll. And the others on the outside. What are you guys doing in that time?
Desperately trying to
4.
behave.
With
and
your
just trying.
yeah, Soleil, with your one arm full of books, you sort of feel around the wall, pushing, seeing if there's any further damage, any further entrances you can feel but not see. But even as you rattle at the bookcases, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Huxley, as you've been called over, what do you do?
I'll try and help with the opening.
Okay, so you all just work at using crowbars and such to
Yeah.
leverage out these bricks.
I'm trying to tell myself not to dimension door into the wall. But there's books over there.
Books and stuff.
Red,
Really
does Red
difficult.
help as well, or is Red still
Yes.
rolling on the ground? Okay, then
No, Rhett wants revenge on this wall for not being.
all three of you, please give me a strength roll, and we will take the average.
Strength or athletics?
Athletics.
16.
17.
Dirty 20.
Okay. It takes you about 10 or so minutes, brick by brick, these large 4 plates. You pull them out of the wall, revealing behind a stone door. Soleil, slowly the air is starting to feel a little dim. You start taking slower, longer breaths as you slowly begin to run out of air.
Okay, as I realize that, I'm gonna go back here and sprint at the door and try to slip back.
You slip again?
Yeah. Wanna
Give
get out of here.
me a quick sleight of hand check. And then give me an acrobatic check.
Sleight of hand is 17. And then acrobatics.
Mhm.
It is a 23.
Again, you feel the pull, you feel the darkness. Then for a second, you see the flash of the area of the slip you had seen before. The large, colossal titan hanging in the distance, where you'd seen Tifi. And then it goes dark again. You feel the pull, and you are on the other side.
Okay, so no sign of
Although
Rana. this
you
time.
notice you feel a little bit lighter.
Oh no.
And as you look down, you still see the crumpled notes in your hands. You still see the collection of notes and 2 books in the other, and you realize 2 books have gone missing.
I guess mentioning that is not important. But yeah, I guess
Yeah, as the 3 of you pull out this last large brick to the side, revealing the stone door beyond, Soleil just suddenly pops into existence behind you.
Oh,
Did you find anything back there?
and I have my arms full of books. So I'm just gonna hold these up, put them on the table over there, and there's a room over there. I grabbed all I could and put
When
these the notes that were pulled out of the book, ripped off pages I put on the table, and also found this note on a corpse in there. And put that note, so both pieces of the note on the table, or whatever they held. I don't know if it's a note or something else, because I can't read this language.
One of them, as you place them on the table, you do recognize is definitely not a note. It looks like a music sheet.
Oh, baby. Red.
As you sort of spread out your collection of what you found, The sort of cutout pages are the ones that you had seen in the one book, Evelyn.
Just grabbing those.
It appears to be chapter 7. You just see the title, Reasons of the Infernal War, a study of the Black Strand infestation. There's also a book on the navigation of stars among the pile, which it seems to be odd considering you are this far underground. There's a book of anchoring magic, constructs, teleportation, and communication, as well as further knowledge on surrounding biomes. The rest of the books, while they could be valuable, seem to be relatively mundane subjects of research.
There were a couple more books in there, but the longer I stayed in there, the less air, the heavier
I think we just
the breathing
got
was.
the door open so we can look at those. She's kind of absently talking to Sly, only half listening.
What do you mean the door is? And he looks at the wall and oh. Yeah, that should be the door in there. I heard you through the wall.
I took a pick. This is interesting.
There are a couple more books in there. Should we get them for you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try and take the normal road this way. This time.
Is the door locked? Could you?
No, I was able to push it open, so if we pull it, we should be able to open it.
Oh,
Yeah, again, as you grab the handle, it feels like the locking mechanism has completely broken. The handle just sort of freely moves up and down, but as you pull, the door just swings open.
oh, that's stinky. It is stinky, right?
It's somewhat stinky, yes.
Yeah, the corpse is over there to the left. Maybe you should check how the person died to avoid any kind of traps that might still be active in there.
I mean, probably not having air, but
Yeah, but if they died of not having air, I should have suffered immediately after going in there, right? Because where would fresh air get in there?
maybe it just gets in really slow. I'll look though.
Beggar, the crumpled notes. One of those being music.
Mm-hmm.
What was the other one?
The other one seems to be written in Drow. At this point in time, would you have recast?
I already
Contact
recast
Languages?
it. I
Okay.
took it off of my spell. Because I know I want to read
Here
it.
you go. Brett, what exactly do you look for? You just try to examine to see if there are any
Yeah.
external wounds.
External wounds are like obvious poison. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, the lips are obviously black or something.
Give me a medicine check.
16.
Looking at the body itself, at the face, at the skin, you realize, at least in this regard, you're not going to get much information. This body is mummified, possibly hundreds of years old. But along the breastplate of this sort of guard's armor, you do see several holes.
Like bullet holes? Question mark.
Like what?
Like bullet holes sized? Like
Well, either bullet holes or any sharp implement. It could even be a crossbow, although of course you do not see any bolts lying around nor sticking out of the armor. But something definitely pierced the armor.
Can I look like from the angle that I see him laying out with the holes?
Mm-hmm.
Can I like look back across the room and
Give me an
look
investigation
for
check.
some trap? Oh yeah. 4.
You look around the room, though it is extremely dark. Aside from the now even more empty bookcases, you only see solid walls beyond. There doesn't seem to be any sort of openings that would imply any kind of trap.
I'm just gonna come back out. I don't know, it looks like he might have been like shot by something or maybe stabbed, but I don't see a weapon. So there might be a trap that shoots stuff in there.
So we
but I
should be
didn't see
careful
it.
at least in there when we grab the rest
I
of the
guess
books.
we
There's a
should be
large
careful.
chance he could have also been killed on his way in there,
True.
Yeah,
based on
it
this
could've.
note. Which,
Oh,
by the way,
okay.
Rhett. And I will pass him the Symphony of Life, along with just translating the letter that's here.
I can probably read bits of the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
it's
I'll
not
just read it
written
off
in
too.
very, complicated grammar.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe maybe there's no Latin. Maybe that's just the draw language. How about
Maybe
that?
that's
Huh?
just common.
How about fuck you? Huh?
We
You
might
wanna throw hands? I'll throw
Mhm.
hands.
Okay. I don't want to throw hands with a god. I'm sorry. I don't. Okay, but so yeah, Soleil's gonna go in there and grab all the remaining books and like bring them over here and go
Mhm.
back in there and grab books and until all of the books are on this table.
Are the 2 books that went missing in the room, or are they gone? Not that Evelyn would know, but I want to know, does Soleil know?
Would Soleil like see the books lying on the
Well,
ground that he
you
lost?
look towards the ground where you slipped, but the ground is empty. You look back to
put
where
them
you
in the
pulled
slip.
the
I'm
books out of
sorry.
the bookcase, and you see them still gone.
You
Oh.
lost the books.
That
Don't you dare tell
wasn't.
Evelyn.
I guess for next time that will be considered before I do it. Well, when you mentioned I would lose something, I thought that was more like, I don't know, memories or part of myself, and not like, oh, stuff you own is gone. I'm gonna check, by the way, all the rest of my equipment.
Everything else seems to still be there, as you go through.
I'm counting like gold coins and stuff, like everything.
Yeah, down to the last coin, everything seems to be there except for those 2 books.
Yeah, as long as Evelyn looks really excited about the stuff, he's gonna wait to tell her other things.
Yes, she is very intrigued
Yeah.
and caught up in what you have brought out and the other books. She's pretty much just insisting Rhett put them in the bag of holding so that she can fully read them later on.
I will add forbidden books. I did not write down all the titles, so
The ones I know are there's a book on the navigation of the stars, books on anchoring magic, teleportation, constructs, and communication. I think, and further knowledge on surrounding biomes, and then a bunch of more mundane topics.
Anything about Necrotech? That's what Soleil is asking.
The only things you found about Necrotech was the general information that you found in the not forbidden section of the library. But it's very mundane, nothing specific, mostly just what types there are, what types have been seen, history of Necrotech and such.
No, I didn't, but I'm going to give this a full read later on, but it's there's this excerpt here talking about the Infernal War.
I came across something about invasion of demons in the general as well.
All right. It's interesting though. It's talking about the study of the Black Strand infiltration, which sounds
Infestation.
infestation. Sorry, my autocorrect must have
Black
fixed that.
Strand infestation.
Which
Sounds like
Sounds
The
eerily like the blade.
So there might be something here that can help us, just not the way we were thinking.
the blight. Yeah, if that started, I don't know, 1,000 years ago, that's probably the earliest mention of it right there.
Right. So I think that's I'm gonna delve into it more later on. See what I can make sense of it. There is a mention though in this letter regarding the
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
domum.
Dome.
Of the noble houses.
Right. They're talking about relics there, so there could be something of that might be able to assist us down there. It's a little bit further away for another day, perhaps. But
Yeah, it seems like this guard was trying to like get out of the city. They must have been low ranking and getting left behind, I guess.
right. That's the best I can make of it. They were. So I was thinking he might have been attacked on
Although-
his way in.
The Black Strand, I mean, it sounds like the Blight, but it might also refer to like the giant thorny plant invading the city.
Also possible. I just need to do some more reading on it to really break down what it is. I'm hoping maybe we'll find some answers here. So we'll read through all of this later on. This section was quote out of a book that I'd been reading previously, or that I'd looked at previously. So, yeah,
Let
good.
me look some more at this music.
We might need it if we're potentially going to be able to get any of
Yeah.
these relics.
So my question beggar on this sheet of music is, what does it seem like something that could magical in nature, and then B, what is the general feeling of the music? Like as I read it, I'm like, oh, this song feels like a, you know, like there's a feel of music. Oh, it builds to a crescendo. It builds to the creation. It's heavy and spooky. What does it feel like?
The notes are relatively bright. You see that for a music sheet, it's extremely complex, likely intended to be played on a piano or an organ. But the music itself seems, in its brightness, relatively chaotic. There's this sort of theme that starts at the beginning that does return more extravagantly, more complex at the end, almost like a circle. In terms of whether or not this melody would have a magical effect, from the feel you get, if you were to play it on any instrument that you own, most likely it would not. Unless this was intended for some instrument that would trigger specifically from this music.
Well, this would be very hard to play on a lute, considering there's two bars at the same time. So probably. Okay, he says it can get us in there. So it's weird. This piece of music's like really bright and upbeat and, I don't know, maybe invigorating.
They refer to it as the Symphony of Life.
Right. But I don't think that it would have a magical effect in and of itself.
It could simply be the tune or melody unlocks something, sort of like a
Yeah.
password, or possibly.
I feel like it would wake something up. I don't think I can play it really though on my instrument. Or to do it any justice, I might be able to play one part. So yeah, it would need a better instrument.
Perhaps we'll find one then.
Yeah.
And maybe there's one there. If,
Maybe
That's
right,
the key
there's
to something.
there.
So I found out a couple of new things about the slip.
Right? Is your head roll there?
First of all, sorry, I vanished all of a sudden. I didn't expect it to work actually. But yeah, I managed to somehow slip through the wall and door and over there into that room. And on my way back, I brought the books, and gotta admit that 2 of the books seem to have been lost in the slip. I had 2 books more and they are just gone as soon as I stepped out of there. I don't know what happened. But that is a thing to remember, so I don't do that next time again.
Do you happen to know what did you read? Or no, you wouldn't have been able to
Yeah,
read
it was
them, I
drowish.
suppose.
And they were like brownish in color.
Right?
And
Oh.
I kind of also had a vision, which
Alright.
is kind of disturbing. And I'm not sure if that's an actual vision or some kind of mind fucking illusion. Whatever it was, I didn't like it.
You think if you go back, you can get them?
I can get what?
The books?
I don't know. What if I go back there and lose something else? Like, what if all of a sudden my weapons are gone?
You could leave everything here.
You can see like Evelyn struggling to contain words that she keeps opening her mouth to say something and then shutting her there's an honest struggle on her face right now and she's just right.
It seems really dangerous.
Yeah. But yeah, also that vision was of Florana. And might have contained a hint where she is right now. If it is a little bit true. But I'm not sure. It was weird. I've never had that before when I went to the slip.
How many times have you been to the slip?
I went once with Tiffy.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it once to show you what I can do. And now. I think it was just 3 times.
Previous times, those weren't on the same day, or they were?
They were not on the same day.
Did you attempting to do so multiple times today seem more difficult the second time?
Did the second time appear more difficult, Vega?
Not
Way back?
particularly.
No, I'm shaking his head. No, it was just like the first time.
Have you lost anything previously?
I mean, it was just now that I've counted all my other stuff. I didn't really count every single gold piece before, but I don't think I've lost anything before.
Then perhaps you should use some caution. Just don't keep anything important on you.
What about this vision? It seemed real.
What did you see in your vision other than Lorana?
I saw her on a horse, and she looked like she'd been through some stuff, and it was like almost like a bazaar, like a desert city kind of. Did it seem like a desert city? Like, did I just saw the bazaar, or did I see like looks like a weird building structure and a very hot place or something bigger?
From general sort of vegetation on the sides of roads, it didn't seem deserty in any way.
Okay.
The clothing of the people was also not, the standard sort of heat clothing. It was a strange style that you just had never seen before.
Yeah, I'm just going to describe as best as I can to Evelyn what I saw and how the people dressed and the vegetation looked like. This weird procession of people.
Does anything he's describing sound familiar at all? Or something I've read about?
I would say from his description, you wouldn't be able to tell. It doesn't sound like any place that springs out to you, at least.
Well, it's hard to say. I'm not to necessarily think of anything in particular with your description. It could be simply your own thoughts twisting in on themselves and seeing some element of what you want to see and the slip messing with that. Or it could be because you're thinking of her, or she's on your mind consistently, then you saw a moment of her, whether currently, in the future, or in the past. Since we're dealing with the dimension of sorts that we don't really know much about, it's hard to say. I guess take it with a grain of salt for the moment.
It doesn't seem like it would be only his mind if he's never seen these things before.
Right, but it could be just some element of the slip messing with it as well.
I suppose
Twisting
that could be.
things.
She looked really sad.
I'd say keep an open mind, look for further signs of this. We could ask, you could try and draw it up. Pictures of what you've seen, and maybe when we get somewhere else, we can see if anyone else thinks it looks similar to a place that they know of.
Oh, if it does at any point happen again, look for like writing or signs. If you can remember writing or signs, I feel like. that
In
might
the
give us
vision,
good
you mean?
indication. Yeah, in the vision.
If you have another one.
That could tell us for sure whether or not it's, if you see a language that you don't know, that's pretty unlikely to be just your mind coming up with it. Right?
I guess that's the only thing I can do right now. It felt disturbing, to say the least.
You draw a lot, right?
Yes.
Draw it while you can think of it. And while you have it in your mind, at some point in time today, draw it out. Draw out what you saw, what people were wearing, what the bazaar looked like, what she looked like.
You could also try to take us there, to your best memory of it in a dream. We could look at the stuff you saw maybe a little closer. It might help.
I mean, if it helps, I will try anything and everything.
But here, in this place right now, there's not too much we can do about it.
I agree with that.
So, we'll do what we can, try and categorize it, try and make note of it. If we have someplace safe, you can try and show it in a dream. But until we really finish what we're doing here, we're not going to be able to assist her if she needs help.
Yeah. But what is interesting is, yeah, that I can slip through things. It seems like it's might come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought I had to see where I wanted to be, but this is interesting.
If you don't need to carry things out with you.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I suppose we should move along.
And inside,
Yeah.
Saleh is like a little bit relieved because he expected such an angry Abelin for losing the books. He's like,
There's still an element of her
yeah, I
that
know.
is definitely
He's
holding her
eyeing
tongue,
her, and she's
and
probably
she's very
just like,
tense.
yeah. He probably like senses a little bit that there's. He appreciates that she's not going all out on him. He's like, okay, that's good. I saw some shit, and I want to focus on that right now, and not on some stupid books. For him, they are stupid books.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's just like how to find a where the location of where the bone constructs were stored and where the core skull of a bone construct can be found, clearly outlined
Yeah.
in detail.
How to activate bone nuke.
How to destroy dominions.
How to destroy the blight.
Yeah.
You know, it's fine.
How
fine.
How to grant
insta-kill
eternal life.
one-shot anything.
You know, we found the Symphony of Life. That's basically, maybe that's the thing we need to turn Brago into an actual like being that's living forever.
No. That would be the other book that you lost. That was The Secrets of Immortality.
Oh yeah,
That
the
Evelyn
Secrets of
will
Immortality.
murder you for
Yeah.
losing.
A full list of all Archdemons' full names. I mean,
Also, like a spell that brings you like immediately into this flying wizard island to ask the godlike creature that's residing there any question you want.
The book was just filled with open scrolls of the wish spell.
Oh my gosh.
oof.
All of these thoughts are going through Evelyn's head.
Yeah. There was a spell to restore Reginald's old self in there.
That would be so tragic, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Lost forever.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean forever? It's in
So
slip
we
somewhere.
didn't.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah.
We didn't check the room for magic or traps. Well, I'm
Right.
not checking for traps. I don't see it.
Evelyn kind of just walks fast quickly into the room using detect magic to see if she's
You see no magic.
Nope. It's good to
Maybe
go.
that was worth a check. Yeah.
She just starts leaving.
Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here.
I, as a player, still can't believe that it actually worked to just run at the wall and just slipping through.
Time to go to Hogwarts.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'm a wizard, Henry.
Mhm.
Okay, you leave the
So,
stuffy basement.
Next level up, level 1 wizard.
And you enter the courtyard.
Is
You
there any
spend
other
a
location?
few hours here. At this point, you probably have about 9 or so hours left before you feel like you would need to take another rest. So, still plenty of time to go wherever.
On our way back, maybe you want to check the vault and the temple, since it's on our way anyway.
Yeah, that might be good. I'm really curious about.
And tomorrow we can
stuff
go
in-
to the dorms. I was about to say to the dome.
Yeah, I'm sure Draz on the same word, to be honest. Yeah, the vault sounds good. We should kind of fly a little lower, I think, if we can.
Sounds good. And
And
she
attract
just starts flying
Right.
really low, but flying towards the wall.
As you all, I am assuming, take flight.
Mm-hmm.
Could you roll me another stealth check with a disadvantage? And another perception roll.
Stealth is 15 for me.
15 on stealth.
12 on stealth.
4 on stealth.
7 on perception.
16 on perception.
12 on perception.
Not 20 on perception.
Ah,
As
What do you see?
Red had described, you see some of the flying creatures in the distance. Nowhere near you. In fact, Huxley, you notice that they seem to largely circle around this area south of the inner city. For some reason, inside these inner walls, there seem to be none of them. This is what they look like. In size, they would be about large. They're not as big as I put them on the map.
Oh, jeez.
But as you see one of them sort of cross between the towers, flying towards the inner part of the city, you, Huxley, see something strange. You suddenly see a burst of splinters of bone as its head suddenly vanishes and the whole thing plummets to the ground.
I will buzz concerned.
Who do you buzz concernedly to?
Probably Chalet if he's
Yeah.
on my back.
I told you don't bust so loud.
I'll try to use my dangly bits on my head to
Antenna?
point. Yeah, my antennas.
But dangly bit.
I want to use my hand, but
My antennas on my head to point into the direction of the dragon.
You see Huxley sort of wiggle its antenna around, but you don't really get the message. And before long, after your very short flight over the wall, you begin descending towards the wall. You come to... Oh. Just BRB. Hold on, let me use this time quickly too.
is this central part of the city protected from necro stuff? And it flew against this protective wall and then crumbled or something? Dispel?
In case you are discussing this loudly,
I'm thinking it right now because we're flying, I guess, a little bit apart from each other. I don't think talking right now would make sense, right? That's what I'm thinking right now as a player. Especially since Soleil didn't really see it. He just saw this thing coming down, or did he see anything?
what did you roll?
16.
You probably would have seen something sort of impact this cloud of dust from the ground, but you wouldn't have seen the creature fall. That part only Hux. As you descend in front of the vault, you come to a stop in front of this large rectangular building. On each of its short signs, the blue domed rectangular hall sports an enormous wooden gate, both of which stand slightly open, no doubt from the likely numerous attempted raids on its contents. Signs of plunderers are everywhere, spread across the ground like clutter, decayed and rusted. Tools, wagons, weapons. Even the enormous gates show signs of looting. At the rim of the large gates, high up near the top, you see faint specks of shimmering yellow. It's likely these gates were once gilded, covered in ornate gold inlays, almost all of which have long been stripped.
Do we land outside one of these gates?
Yeah. Name. About here.
Are there bodies of looters about?
Curiously, you don't see anybody around.
Is there like a entrance to the vault?
Yeah, there are these gigantic wooden gates.
Okay.
Stand relatively open.
Right. Make our way in.
I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's all this abandoned stuff, but no, like... It seems like there was a fight, maybe?
Did you see when that one thingy's head exploded?
The what now?
Sorry.
Oh,
One
yeah.
one of
I must see.
the dragon, the head exploded.
Where did the head explode?
Over there. And I'll point.
It just exploded.
It just seemed like as it came closer to this inner wall, and all of a sudden its head just, I don't know if it exploding is the right word, just vanished, and then the rest of it just fell down.
You would not have seen that in the cinema.
Okay, I just saw it falling.
You
right?
saw only the impact of it
Okay.
as it. But
Huh?
the part of its head vanishing, you did not see.
Oh, and that I didn't see. I just saw it fall. So I don't know what exactly happened there, but it was around that
Huxley,
inner wall.
specifically, you saw it well across the wall. It was about here, past the wall, past these towers, before its head suddenly exploded and it crashed to the ground.
Yeah.
Roughly how far away would it take us, or like how long would it take us to get to where she's insinuating this happened?
And would be over here, so probably if you fly again, a couple minutes. 10 to 20 maybe.
We could go check on that.
I can't fly anymore unless I rest.
Okay.
Or I could just move along with looking in the vault.
Yeah, might as well since we're here now.
Check it out on the way back.
Yeah, we might have to take the little bridge if you need to walk.
Right.
I mean, to like
we'll
walk back
just
to.
proceed with caution inside here.
Mm.
I will not run into any walls.
Love me some corn.
What?
The inside of the hall looks much like its exterior. Bleak white marble halls and floor tiles devoid of decoration, aside from more clutter of the previous explorers and traders. The hall is largely empty, save for an extravagantly oversized set of stairs leading far beneath the ground.
Well, down, I guess.
Keep an eye out for any traps as we do move forward.
Give me an investigation roll.
Anyone?
As you descend these marble stairs, there is no glow of magic, as I'm assuming you would detect magic, and there is no signs of any other sort of traps.
Okay.
You descend the long stairs into the dark. As Red previously mentioned, start wondering whether or not the undead are the reason you haven't seen any bodies. If the remains of these war traders are among the patrols of the city, perhaps. The question lingers in your mind until the stairs come to an end at a balcony in front of you. To either side of the balcony, more stairs lead further down, but they are not what catches your eye. In front of you lies a hall of broken white marble, littered with corpses. At the center of the hall lies an abyss leading even further down into the depths through stairs, many of which have long broken and crumbled.
And that is a lot of remains.
Okay.
Does the armor on these remains look similar to the one we saw on the corpse in the library?
Looking at the armors of the bodies around, you see incredible variety, really. None of these look like the next. None of these look similar to anything you've seen in the city so far. Some seem newer, almost not decayed at all. Some look completely decayed. It seems that many of these are or have been explorers.
In the center, does it look like these corpses were clinging to something? Is that? Can we see that?
My Discord is hanging right now. Is that it for anything else?
You're kind of roboting to us.
Yeah, I'm hearing you guys robot. Hold on, let me just try this real quick.
You don't sound like a robot, do we?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, weird.
Discord, man. The like from I can see on the map over here that it looks like these corpses were all grasping or clinging to something, some sort of slab or something. Is that something we can see from this distance?
I would say yes, you'd be able to see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think we should probably just walk away. That looks like a whole lot of pain.
Well, we could find something beneficial like we did before.
I don't disagree, but this is a lot of experienced people.
Huh. Possibly, or just a lot of idiots.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but like half of them had to be above average, right?
Hasn't normally been my experience with coming across individuals.
Yeah, but still. Like, we have an important thing to do, and
Right.
losing
One of those
a ball
being
wasn't, you know.
to find a skull, which we haven't yet. But perhaps they're in the vault.
Let's check out this place and see where it leads us.
I'm sort of inclined to come back here after looking at other places and when we know more about what this vault holds. It clearly appears to have some traps and something pretty terrible over there.
I can find traps.
Ooh. We could put it to a vote.
I mean, I don't mind either way. You can come back if you want to do that. But like now that we're here, we can at least like look down that hole over there in the ground. I want to see if there is something we can see down there from here.
Well, that's reasonable. Can we agree if something big and bad comes out that we run though? Until we like can figure out what we're facing. Not
Sure.
like try to stand and fight, because all these people tried to stand and fight, so that didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I don't really want to kick the bucket in a place like this.
Yeah. Beggar, are there like doors behind us up the stairs?
No?
Okay.
I'm going to try and quietly fly this way around. Glancing to see what I can see, but trying not to follow the same direction as
And of
as
course,
Slay,
like
kind
the-
of moving this way.
Like the cat slays, he's in the middle of going forward to look into the hole, he gets distracted and oh wow, these statues look cool. Want to check out one of the gargoyle things.
You climb up the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sort of okay.
Brett's just gonna like hover in the air watching both.
Will everyone please roll me initiative?
Mm-hmm. If we have to.
You two. Oof.
Natural one on initiative.
Same.
Oh, that was not me, that was Vega rolled that.
Oh, I also rolled a natural one.
That's what you get for being greedy.
Do you have what is your dex bonus?
I'm at a 5 with my dex, but I rolled an out one.
Soleil, you hear this weird creaking, this crackling of stone.
I knew this thing was
Yes.
gonna be something, that's why I wanted to
The
check
gargoyle
first.
turns its head
Oh no.
and goes to lunge at you. Soleil, you hear this cracking sort of throughout the hall. Evelyn, as you are flying silently, quietly, you see one of the statues just in front of you come to life. Well, Red, looks like you are first.
I freaking knew it. Okay. We agreed we were gonna back out if we got an attack.
Like we did.
Who said if something big was coming?
Also true.
Was that?
What are a couple of gargoyles going to do?
Grab us and throw us into that hole.
I feel like everyone has feather fall or can fly in some way.
Oh man, I don't know what to
That's
do.
not something they know.
Oh, no, Rhett, I forgot. Rhett was prepared for this. Can I spend my turn to go through all the, like, off, turn off commands that I know in Drow? All the possible passwords I can think
Yeah,
of?
sure. You hear Red mumbling what sounds like an incantation.
Yelling,
almost.
but yeah.
Just shouting words.
And then,
But as you shout the words, you see no reaction from the gargoyles.
And then I would like to give Soleil a bardic inspiration. Alright, I can't turn them off. You better do your thing, Soleil. I'm gonna say what
Is that what you scream? You better do your thing?
you better do your thing and get us out of here.
I don't think that's his thing, though.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
you know,
my
it's gonna be.
I think his thing is he's gonna riot it.
God. Oh boy. That is so true. Is it my turn already? Oh, it is.
It is indeed, even with an 11.
He's so far behind me. The only thing I hear is the part like, do your thing. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do my thing. Now, I can see it's basically starting to move and lunge at me, so I'm like, okay, this thing. I had a feeling it might do this. And I'm a little bit prepared. I'm gonna try and run around it and climb on its back, how it's supposed to be.
Of course.
And start like kind of slashing at its neck, I guess. To see if this thing can withstand something or if it's actually strong and we should run. Also, I feel like on its back is the safest place.
Roll me your attack rolls.
There's one natural one in there. And the others are 16, 20, and 29.
20 and 29 hit. Your whip strikes the stone, leaving cracks and breaking off these small chunks of stone each time they hit. But as you go in for a dagger, as you stab the stony exterior, you sort of slip off and the dagger falls off, falling to the ground.
Gonna have to go for that later. I'll get the 27 damage.
Okay. Red, you see Soleil mount the gargoyle and start stabbing at it and whipping at it. As Soleil starts doing his thing.
Fucking Soleil.
And with that, it is Huxley's turn.
Why are they so far away from me?
That's not too far.
Out of reach.
14.
I will just dash.
This gargoyle considered a land vehicle. If anything, it would be an aerial vehicle.
This one started to move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll guess it. Should has that one, so I can just... That one's mine! That one's mine!
I thought we're leaving. What are you doing? We said to run.
Oh god.
Well, Huxley is like his new cool club in hand, just dashing for this one, and also raging. So I have to roll a dice.
I'm gonna look back at Rhett.
Rhett looks kind of mad.
Yeah, that's fair. As I'm already moving my wings backwards, like I'm going to move once I can.
Well, it is your turn, right after Huxley's.
Well-
When I rage, also, I become surrounded by multicolored protective lights, which grant me a +1 to my AC.
And you don't lose your rage for not attacking or something? I don't remember how that worked.
Depends on whether or not She gets attacked this time.
Ah, okay.
Well, Rhett told me to come back, so I came back.
At least someone is listening.
Wait.
Uh,
Right. So they're fighting.
if we have to destroy the gargoyles, fine. But I really think we don't get near that center thing.
That's fair. I took me a dash to get back to Rhett, so that's my
I'm
turn.
gonna focus on the right one first. I don't know what's going on the other side of that pillar, to be honest. Like, I can't see that right.
One of the gargoyles lands in front of you, Huxley, with this heavy thud of stone landing on stone, and it begins striking at you with its wings and its arms. With Soleil, similarly, it starts sort of throwing you around its back, attempting to strike you with its wings and arms.
It's rodeo time.
What is your AC, Hux?
18.
18. That means one of them hits. And Soleil, what is your AC?
18 plus maybe X if I want to, like, maybe guard from an attack if it's just a little bit above that.
The lowest hit is a 21.
The lowest?
Yes.
I'm gonna use my reaction to use my feet to make my armor class 22 for that attack.
Okay.
And
And then only 2 of them hit. So
Okay, yeah.
Huxley first. Right. The wrong place.
If you have the inspiration, you can also add that to your AC if it matters.
that might be
Huxley, you
interesting,
take
actually.
11 piercing damage. That is not yet half.
May I change my thing and roll the bardic inspiration for my AC?
Sure.
It's a D10 now, right?
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah, plus
Goddammit.
10. Now I have a 28 AC for this turn, I guess.
Isn't it?
Okay,
Is it
that
a turn or
means-
just an attack?
Oh, for the
Just need-
one attack or like all attacks that turn? How does it work?
That attack, one attack.
Can I roll
So-
the number roll to
So
Oh, you
you
already
can
used your
get rid of
reaction,
one of
right?
the other attacks, though.
can use it to extra yeah, against that attack. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of one other attack. Guess that seems fair.
And you take 8 piercing damage, as only one of the attacks strikes you. And it is already Red's turn again.
I am going to take the Deadeye shot action. Leaves an attack at advantage.
Oh, buddy.
Ow.
Ouch.
So, 6 plus 7 is 13. That's not gonna hit, never mind.
What is that?
13?
No, a 13 does not. You... Which one were you aiming at?
This one,
As you were aiming at the one where Soleil is sort of being thrown around on the back, you try to aim as safely as possible, and as a result, as your shot rings out, it clinks off of its leg. Even if it had hit, it would have been a graze, but it just deflects and ricochets off to the side.
Question: can we see it? Like, is that not a pillar going all the way?
That is a pillar that is square, so you don't have line of sight, but you know
Yeah, I know.
roughly
there.
what's happening there.
Yeah, okay. I can't move. I will bonus action here. For 6 healing. And that should be my turn.
Okay, so now
Okay. Still going like kind of rodeo style on me, like trying to get me off, or just attacking me while I'm on its back.
kind of both.
I am going to fake. I'm gonna look where my dagger landed on the floor. And I'm gonna wait until it would theoretically throw me off, and then do it on purpose. So I'm basically gonna fake it throwing me off. I want to land next to the dagger.
Give me an acrobatics check for that.
Dirty 20.
Despite trying to buck you off, the creature itself is not that fast. You find no issue finding an opening, which just lets you slide off the back and land right next to your dagger.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the dagger. I don't know if that is like takes off some.
I would
bonus
let you
action or
free
action.
object interaction.
Okay.
At most, it would incur a penalty on movement, but since you're not likely to move very far this turn, unless you are.
And then, like, he takes the dagger and is like, basically almost like standing there, like on all fours, like looking up at the creature. And it's like, well, let's see what you can do. And he just poofs. No, he not poofs. He runs towards it, and then poofs. I want to use into the slip.
Mm-hmm.
And reappear on its back again.
Okay.
And because of that, I do get advantage. If it's my attack now, which I'm gonna do. I feel like an action surge would be nice here. So I would like to roll a couple attacks with advantage. It's just 7 attacks. It's fine.
Jesus Christ.
So 22.
That's the
There's this 2 17s.
All of them hit.
Okay, don't even need to roll a second time. So I'm gonna add. Let me see. I'm gonna use a distracting strike. In addition, whenever I hit a creature with a weapon attack, I can expect use a superiority die to do more damage. And the next attack from someone against this creature this turn has advantage.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh
No
god.
double, no double, no double, no doubles.
Oh wait.
Oh, yeah, that is also part of that. So that was 7 hits. Oh god. That is 94 damage.
Jeez.
You would just unleash this barrage on its back. And with each hit of your whips, of your dagger, you see the crack just spread across the creature. It's still moving, but it looks like it's about to fall apart. As it just begins crumbling. Yeah, Huxley, it's your turn.
I will make one attack. I will reckless. That's very weak dice throw, but 25
That'll hit.
for an incredible 11 damage.
You don't have 2 attacks?
Nope.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, 11. That's
You slam into the side of the gargoyle and a small crack forms. Evelyn.
Well, Rhett said we can fight these just to stay away from the center. So I'm gonna move back. 30. Trying to get line of sight over here again, so.
Might be easier to go this way.
Which way? I don't think I can see around this from this side.
I don't know.
You could. It's just this square in the
Only
middle
the
you see.
center.
Oh,
is
just the
the
square in the
pin.
middle?
These reaching out parts are way above, like sideways
Oh, okay,
strike,
okay.
going off from the pillar.
Well, I'm already over here. I'm just gonna dash and go. And I think from here I'll be able to see it. Next turn. Next turn I can attack it. That's my turn.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one of the attacks hits Huxley. Oh my god, maybe you were right. One of the attacks hits Soleil. It's a 21. If you wanted to
Yeah,
know.
I'm gonna use my reaction to.
Yeah, okay, none of the
Reflected.
attacks hit you, Soleil.
Ah.
Huxley, you take a whopping 5 points of piercing damage. That is already half.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their turn. So, Red.
I'm gonna do the same thing. Oh, dead eye shot, that is.
Mm-hmm.
18.
That'll hit.
Or 12 damage, I think. There's no bonus on there, right?
Hold on. I don't remember. Nope.
12 piercing.
Okay.
Oh,
And what revolver were you using?
the swift hand, so it is magic.
That was a magical revolver, right?
It is.
Okay.
It actually, yeah, it has a +1. Would the +1 be added?
If that's on damage, then yes.
Okay, so 13.
Another piece of the gargoyle breaks off. At this point, The arms just start crumbling, the wings start crumbling. It's still moving, however, but it looks like it's almost gone.
I'm gonna slide behind this railing
Mm-hmm.
and then just a couple feet this way.
Soleil.
Yep. So it does look like really hurt already, or broken.
Oh yeah,
maybe
it
crumpled.
looks practically turned to dust.
I guess
Maybe
I'm gonna
one or
use.
two more hits.
I'm gonna start with my bonus action. Slash it with my offhand,
Okay.
just to see if that maybe is already enough. Nope. That is a 12 to hit.
That does not hit.
Well, I guess I'm gonna throw the other 3 attacks after.
Now he's angry.
Oh, but I
Oh,
rolled
wow.
terribly. 17 is the highest.
17 hits.
And the others are 15 and 13.
The others do not.
Oh.
17 is exactly its armor.
And that is a 12 damage. It's almost like this turn before, damage-wise.
The second your last whip hits, the whole gargoyle just sort of crumbles underneath you, and you fall ass first to the ground in this rubble of previously gargoyle.
Okay. Soleil looks a little bit disappointed, not because the gargoyle is like defeated and stuff. He
It
was
didn't
very
get to fly it.
Yeah, it didn't go up into the air. That is like really sad.
That is kind of sad.
And he makes his way over here. 10, 20, 30. You can always like just jump down basically in feather fall if there's like a leap or something he has to do.
It's sort of at an angle enough that you could just slide it, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna. Oh no! Sadly, I don't have more attacks, or otherwise I could do Legolas, just sliding down the fucking
Oh my
thing
God.
and shooting bow.
Okay, that you would have to do at disadvantage, though.
I would be fine with that. I would still
Oh,
do it
God.
if I still had the action left. But yeah, I will just slide down then, and
Okay.
we'll move over here. But I will, in the meantime, like already start switching weapons so I can help
Huxley.
Huxley over there if they need help.
No, this one's mine. I got it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's I was like, no, stay back.
Oh, also I realized they should have had advantage the last turn on me.
Oh, did you not take it? Oh,
No,
you mean the
I-
creature? Right.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Because I request. I'll just really slowly kill it.
To be fair, the second roll was the same bad anyways, which hits Soleil, so
I guess. So that's a 21 to hit.
that'll hit.
For 13.
Bam. Okay. Another crack appears in its leg as you just keep wailing on it. Evelyn.
Going to go ahead and pull out my blasting rod and shoot a firebolt at it. That's a natural 20.
Okay. Well, that definitely hits.
Better go to scale. That's 37 fire damage.
Ooh.
Your firebolt hits it square in the face. And you see stone crack under the heat. Pieces of the rubble just sort of burst out of the gargoyle. As it looks pretty wounded. But not yet bloodied.
That is my turn.
And it is going to attack with advantage this time. What is your AC again?
18.
18. Okay, so 3 of those would hit. Only 3 of those hit. That is that is 19 damage. That is already half. Piercing. And that is its turn. Red.
I realized I couldn't move because Deadeye.
Oh.
Now I can move. I will just slide this way. Take a regular shot at it. Sad. 17?
That'll hit.
So 11?
11 it is. This time, your bullet strikes home. Still ricocheting, it takes out a chunk of the stone body of the creature.
And I'm gonna give Huxley an inspiration. Okay, you got this. Just like stay there or come toward me. Don't go any closer to the edge. Please.
I'll throw it over the edge.
Don't do it. Oh my
I'll
god.
throw it over the edge.
Oh no, this is like Moria all over again. Like doom, 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 doom. Oh no, all the orcs are coming in.
Yeah, it's my turn. You have inspiration.
Mhm.
Okay. Soleil.
I will move over here. Stone. Hux, you need some help?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
And Soleil's gonna sit down and watch.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Then Huxley.
Just continue to do one attack. 20 something.
That'll hit.
Uh, 15 bludgeoning.
At this point, if the creature had blood, it would look definitely bloodied. There's another chunk of stone crumbles off of its wing as more cracks spread throughout its body. Evelyn.
I'm a little concerned by Huxley's statement that she's going to throw it off the edge. So we'll come up a little bit closer. 20. Staying about 10 feet up. And I will shoot another firebolt at this guy. That's a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 12 fire damage.
Okay.
Kind of moving to get my. I'm not really doing it anything that's an action, but sort of as a bonus action. Shifting around to get my grappling hook ready if necessary.
My god. 2 of the attacks.
Jeez. You need
Why
better
am I
dice.
rolling so bad?
Sounds like you need better
There's
dice.
something I told you at the very beginning of this session.
We did curse your
It
dice.
Oh, at least the
22,
damage roll was good.
so half, that would be 11 piercing damage to you.
Mm-hmm.
And Red's turn again.
I shall take a Deadeye shot at the vein.
No, that definitely hits. Hmm,
19.
19?
19.
19. Okay. Another large crack appears across its face. Doesn't look like it'll take that much more. Soleil?
I'm sitting. I'm watching.
Huxley?
19.
Outlet?
Uh, 12 damage. I can add the inspiration to the damage, right?
Yes.
Think so, yeah.
I will do that. Is it a D8?
D10.
D10.
Oh,
It is.
you smack your shield into the side of his head, and you feel this crack forming that could end it. But you just are short a little bit of strength to pull through. And it's Evelyn's turn.
I'm gonna move. Trying to see what is the most direct route towards the edge. If Huxley decides to go towards the edge. Probably this away.
Well, unimpeded, it looks like either, jumping down here. But that would involve jumping. The easiest would probably to just run along the edge and just, just straight up jump. Leap off the side.
Let's see. I'll come down 5 feet. And I'm going to hold an action to shoot my grappling hook at Huxley
Okay.
if he gets near the edge.
That is all hits for the first time. Mm, 36 half is 18. 18 piercing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Red's turn.
This thing looks like it's about to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Red's coming, man. He's definitely going to kill Steve.
Period.
Kill, steal, kill, steal. That's a hit.
Boo.
I thought about it, but I'll explain why I didn't in a second.
17.
The gargoyle crumble right in front of your eyes. And you're out of initiative.
What part of running away did you not understand?
Oh, I thought that was only for actually scary monsters.
You don't know if those things could have dropped you off the edge.
I would have dropped them off the edge.
He's already gone.
Soleil's
Still
waiting at
standing
the
by,
exit.
just in case Huxley goes anywhere near the edge. Because I didn't want to drop this thing and then be like, he just picks up the remaining pieces and goes to the edge and then be like, I don't have a
Yeah.
reaction held.
Alright,
Right.
so those weren't too bad. Sorry, go ahead.
So, going back to the others? Huxley?
Sure. It's like a glance towards the edge.
I'm go up like 10, 15 feet so that I can glance over the edge without moving any closer.
What's the point of a deep hole if you can't even throw people in?
Looking down the abyss, you see these what look to have been myriad staircases sort of leading down further into the structure. You see side rooms, further staircases going pretty far down, but you do see faint what looks like a bottom.
At this distance, do I notice anything more about what's going on over here?
What is the range of detect magic?
It's 30 feet. I'm not within that, I don't think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from
yeah,
this
yeah.
distance you would be unable to tell.
But can I see anything?
Um,
Like, can I tell what it is they're holding on to?
you see the sort of dais. It's hard to tell between all of the bones. It could be something like a sarcophagus, but honestly, it doesn't look ornate enough to be. It looks kind of just simply like a stone slab table.
I will make my way back.
Okay, I admit that was easier than expected.
At least we know now that if those two in the back over there, and he points in the very back of the room, do the same and come to life, we know we can take them. Seems like a good.
Easily
scouting
take
round.
them.
How does Huxley look?
I mean, not too bad, but
Because
not quite bloody.
Like a child bruised after a
Yeah.
schoolyard fight.
Soleil actually has nothing because the only HP I've lost were the ones that Red gave me. So I'm still at full, a little bit over full even. So Soleil is like just looking like he didn't even have a fight.
Well, from what I could see, there's a pretty bit of big, lots of a labyrinth down there. Lots of different stairwells and broken pathways and doors off of side rooms.
Mm-hmm.
If I couldn't really tell much about what was going on in the center from the distance we're at, but it looks like some sort of a table, stone table or something. I'm not
What they're
sure.
holding on to.
Right. If we wanted to check, this is just an option. I could probably get just a little bit closer. Do something like tie rope just to make sure there's not an issue, just so I could see if there's anything magical going on there. But other than that, can't really tell what's going on.
What we have to think of is that these gargoyles have definitely not been the ones who killed the whole army here.
Right.
Something else must have happened. So there's still something very dangerous going on, probably.
My thought is, like Slade pointed out, there's some back there. You think we could trigger those two and deal with them?
I could
And
probably
then
do
maybe
that.
a little more?
Shoot something at them.
I mean, maybe. Do you think you could hit with the bow, Slade?
Sure.
If you want, I could give you a really cool arrow.
A really cool arrow, you say?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I also have one really cool arrow that I've never used yet, which I probably should at some point.
You can just give me one of your normal arrows and I'll make it better.
Sounds good
As long
enough
as you
to
can
me.
hit with it.
I'm gonna give her an arrow.
I cast Seeking Projectile on the arrow.
What does it do?
Well, if you attack with it, and you can add my spell casting modifier to the attack as well to hit, which that's a +8, I think, for me. Yeah. And as long as you are over 20, it becomes a critical hit.
Oh. That's neat. Okay, so you want me to try and activate them?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go over here. I already did the math. That's exactly 150 feet.
At least say somewhat near.
Hmm.
Delay in the process of it.
You want to come too, Hux?
Yes.
You look like you're up for another fight.
If you hand me another one of your arrows, I could do it again. Just only after you've used the first one. And I'll be ready to pass it
I'm
off.
just giving her the arrow. Just
Yeah. Then I will hold on to the other arrow.
I'm just gonna shoot 3 arrows at the statue to see what happens.
Also gonna cast Healing Word on myself.
You were fine.
And yeah, he's doing kind of Legolas right now. Like, pew, 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 3 shots. Do I roll attacks or does something else happen? Okay.
One of those has a +8.
Yeah, that is +8.
They all
yeah,
would fulfill
the lowest is like a
the
26.
So go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just the one.
One is a crit then?
Yeah, one is a crit.
Can I?
And yes, you can add your superior.
Yeah, I was about to
guys,
say, like, I'm gonna make this a fucking distracting strike.
Go ahead.
And don't I have another freaking was? I need another D8. There we go. Okay. So I double this, I double that. Okay. It's not the best of rolls, but it is
Two
still.
ones in there.
Still, I mean, it's still 44 damage.
Immediately, there is this sort of crack running down through the face to its torso as it begins flapping wings.
It works.
And everybody roll me initiative again.
I got the same.
It's fate.
Okay.
So from me to the gargoyle was exactly 150 feet, just so you know.
Good to know.
Yeah,
I probably would have moved first too.
Yeah, you would have come with us
I'm
then.
just scaling. I can use it whenever. It is first Red's turn. Which one of you goes first, Evelyn or?
Oh, I've got a
Probably Evelyn.
+4.
Yeah, I got a +2.
Red?
So if I'm back here, where I originally started, if I take a dead eye, it's disadvantage at 200 feet, but dead eye is advantage, so I can make a straight roll at 200.
Yes.
I'll do that.
Oh!
Nice.
It's like, that's a 4. No, it's not. Oh my god.
Was I used to distracting strike, you would have had advantage on that.
Jeez.
So 35.
You see, as it tries to take flight, one of its wings, as you strike right at the shoulder, just kind of cracks off and crumbles to the floor. And yeah, it's still going, but doesn't look very good. It really doesn't look good. Is that your turn? Then it is Evelyn's turn.
I will cast another seeking projectile on the arrow that I have in my hand and pass it off to Soleil. Right. Here's another one of those nice arrows.
Thanks. Those are great.
And then I will move back slightly. Bit. Fly. That's my turn.
Huxley.
Can't really do anything from over here. So I will throw a javelin. Can I reckless for that? No.
You might have to move forward.
Oh, yeah, it's probably even too far for a javelin. I'll just.
Because Soleil was 150.
I'm just good to hear. And yell like, "Come here, cowards!"
Your eyes widen as you see Huxley just edge towards the abyss.
Made a mistake.
And you can hear from the abyss. Coward, coward, coward.
And I guess I'll rage again.
Yeah, perfect. Right past the crack. That makes sense.
It's gonna be fine.
I'm gonna have to move forward again. Yeah. My next turns, I'm holding a reaction.
8.
Soleil.
Yeah, I'm just shooting 3 more arrows.
Oh, actually, when I rage,
Oh yeah.
oh, it's not within 30 feet of me though, right?
No.
So
it's
just this like blinding light comes from Huxley, or like surrounds him, and then shoots off like towards this one, but just kind of like doesn't go as far.
You see it sort of drop off half
Into
of the
the
way
abyss.
and fade.
Yeah, into
As
the
it
abyss.
falls.
I'll blind
Soleil.
the abyss.
But yeah, I'm just gonna shoot 3 times again.
And one of those was the seeking.
Yeah.
Uh,
The seeking thingy gives an extra +8.
It's a +8. And it just has to be over 20 in total.
So what you're saying is, gives my normal plus and +8 in addition to that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, it
that's
does.
okay. So that's a +19.
Yes, that's what it. Yes, that's what it means.
So
yeah.
that's a 21 to hit then,
Yeah.
and that's a crit then,
Yeah.
and with a 2 that I rolled, by the way.
Yeah.
I
know.
And the other one is just
I'm
a
aware.
hit, and 1 misses though. Just a 13 to hit.
I told Becker about this spell. He asked me why I hated him.
29 damage.
It crumbles. It's gone.
That's okay.
It's gone.
And so he's gonna use his movement and to slowly walk over. Okay, let's do the other one.
I would have used my turn just to get closer to Huxley and be ready to throw
I guess you would.
a grappling hook on Huxley.
10, 12, yeah, walk on this thing. See, Hux, it's actually coming.
It dashes all the way towards Hux. And that's its turn. Rat.
Another one.
And another one. That hits.
$17 damage.
7.
And that's my turn.
Someone's calling for the cat outside, I think.
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Well, Evelyn. It's your turn.
I'm just gonna hold my action again to get ready to shoot a grappling hook at Huxley if he looks like he's going off the edge. Whether they're pulled off the edge or jumping willfully somehow.
Uh-huh.
That's my turn.
Then, I don't know if Freya's back yet. Let's pull Alavan first. Soleil, it's your turn.
Okay, so Lay sees this thing flying out of the abyss. and anger is on his face. So these guys can fly, and he's running over
Gosh.
30 feet. He's gonna start slashing at it.
Okay, go ahead.
$17 is the lowest.
All of those hit.
$50 damage.
No, it had to dash to get to you. And it is your turn immediately as we had to hold Soleil in front. Real quick,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I will request attack. Almost at 20. For incredible 11 damage.
Hey.
I really, I gave Chalet the like crack that he hit to do the 50 damage.
Yeah, definitely.
You gave me that opening.
And means it's its turn. It's gonna swing two at either of you, I suppose. Both kind of in its face. Looks like all of those hit. For you, Alvan, it would be a 21 and a 22 to hit.
Yeah, I can.
On Hux.
There are still grazing blows, I
I
think.
don't think those are gonna be crits anyways. Nope.
But yeah, I'm gonna block one, the 21, because I can fully block that. The other one would be a glancing blow. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You take 9 piercing damage.
Oh, now he actually has like a slash on his arm or something.
Huxley take 18.
So I already halved.
No, that does not happen.
Slay doesn't really feel the pain. He's still so pissed at these creatures.
Mm-hmm. Red.
Another one. That's a 20. Yeah, 20.
That'll hit.
Dang. That's it.
Evelyn.
I'm again gonna hold my action, ready to shoot a grappling hook. Although I'm going to amend it to at either Soleil or Huxley if either of them go over the edge.
Roll Huxley. It's your turn.
Yeah. No, no, it wouldn't push it because it can fly. So 23.
That'll hit.
And can it also make a con save against being blinded?
Oh. Con is one and only strength.
Yeah.
5 still 19.
Yeah, that succeeds. So it takes 13 damage.
Another 13 damage. Going to look real rough. Soleil.
Let's keep slicing. There is 160 among it. So
Does not hit.
one of them doesn't hit. $43.
Double.
Oh, and a double. 49 then.
You are out of initiative.
And since you guys have probably seen Soleil fight for the first time in quite a while, you feel like he's been like his movement has become quicker. It seems almost like the slip has done something to him from speed wise.
As you see the gargoyle crumble, a few pieces break off and just fall to the ground a little bit further down. Almost like it turned to sand and it's just falling off. The pile of rock.
Right. So, good job with that.
Good thing
Yeah.
we've cleared that up. And,
I'm still really confused.
Chalet, you're so fast. It's so cool. You just bam, bam, hit them, and then they just fell apart.
I just did what I always did. I was just fighting.
Hux becomes more cat-like again.
Kitty
Evan, would
hugs.
you look at the bodies with me? I'm just confused how those things could have done this.
Yeah, sure.
Can I look for some of the newer looking bodies to inspect those?
Sure, roll me investigation.
Can I assist?
I
Or
can
vice
assist you. I was just
versa?
going to point out the newer body to you to look at.
That's a 23.
Even the newer looking bodies are quite old. There are signs of fighting all over these. You see claw marks rending breastplates open. You see signs of bludgeoning damage. You see arrows. Some even seem to be sticking in the sides of some of these bodies. There seem to be any number of ways that they died. It's really hard to pinpoint any sort of direct happenstance.
Some of them look like they could have been killed by the creatures.
How, like, they don't all seem the same age, though, right? Is that just me?
They do seem to be from different times,
No,
or at least different places.
they're not all necessarily the same age. So there's something like they could have been fighting each other along with these creatures. It's hard to say. I know there's something going on over there towards the center, but
Yeah.
I can't quite make it out with getting just a smidge closer.
Well, I suppose we can get closer. I think just be really careful to I can run a counter charm, so if it is like a mind thing, just try to defend against that.
Of course, I will be very cautious and approach. I just need a smidge bit of a distance.
Well,
can-
I'm saying, do you mind if we go up together
Oh,
then?
yeah, sure, that should be fine.
You can direct us.
So coming over here, I think is gonna be technically if I fly, I can get with it. 10, 15, I have to get like here to be within 30 feet of it, I think.
So I'm gonna be taking the counter charm action, which will give us advantage on anything that would charm or frighten us within 30 feet of me.
I'll keep my bow at the ready, just in case.
I'm gonna be keeping up detect magic as I slowly move closer.
As soon as you get to the spot,
Uh-huh.
you see this haze of magic radiating from it. And close as you are, you see gradually this increase of magic, almost as if it were charging up.
And we need to back up. I think there's something
Okay.
charging, maybe? I'm gonna back away. I know I
You
can't
wake
see
up
it.
and you lose sight of the haze. Wait. And nothing happens.
There's definitely something magical there. I could attempt to dispel it.
I mean, I don't know. Can we go around it and explore down? Seems dangerous to leave something like that behind us.
Right. So I can attempt to dispel it, see if that can take care of it. And then take a glance to see if it worked or not.
Yeah.
By the way,
Vigor,
Becca,
I will...
is there any
Mhm.
way in this chamber but down? Like to the sides or doors? Or...
No, not up here.
Okay.
Down there you see these sorts of
Mhm.
side chambers.
Yeah, but not up here. Like it's only
No.
down from here.
Mhm.
Okay.
I will cast spell magic at the choose one creature, object, or magical effect. So I'm attempting to dispel magic on the magical effect. Any spell of 3rd level or lower ends for each spell, 4th, or I have to make an ability check.
What is the range of the spell magic?
120 feet.
Okay, then yeah, you spell magic.
Do I get the sense when I dispel magic that something was dispelled, or do I know? I don't know. I'm asking you that. That's fine. Whatever you answer.
I don't think you would get any
No?
sort of
Okay.
feedback from us.
Then I will very carefully move back forward again. I think it was here.
Yeah, this time as you look, there's no haze.
I think it's dispelled.
Let's check it to be sure.
I'll carefully move forward. Still nothing?
You've activated my trap card. I summon Exodia the... I'm kidding. No, you sense none of the haze, at least.
Then I will move towards the slab and see, moving onto it, if I can tell what it was.
They all seem to be reaching for something on the slab. But on the stone slab, there is nothing. And it, of course, also doesn't explain how they are all still here, dead.
Did they have any injuries?
Roll me an investigation check.
Uh, 18.
Curiously, unlike the other bodies you've seen, their armor does show dents and marks, but none of them would have been fatal wounds.
It's
Their bones are intact completely.
it's possible that they were enchanted by some sort of an illusion that they attempted to grab and reach for and couldn't, and eventually starved to death or something else. But the magic seems to be gone. So I think it's safe.
All right.
There's nothing under the table for as far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell, it looks like a solid stone slab.
That's fine.
I can send the broom back across to Soleil and Huxley if we want to. It looks like this is the only way down. Indicating like the stair.
Yeah, that works.
If we
We
want
can-
to, assuming we want to go down and look for stuff, right?
I might as well at this point.
Okay.
You guys were the ones who suggested retreating after looking down the hole.
No, after we only retreating if we saw something big and horrifying.
Right.
Technically.
Well then, I'm up for it.
Something big and horrifying coming right.
Like, what if we send
One
Cthulhu
order
in
roll.
us, for
Big
example?
and horrifying.
Just the Cthulhu.
Was Exodia
What are you
not enough?
loading, beggar?
Nothing?
That is Cthulhu.
That was like 5 big and horrifying loading.
That isn't necessary, beggar. You're just clarifying the terms of our retreat.
It's boss.
We can't fight.
We are
all
fucked.
night.
Yeah. All Might is like, we are fucked. we can't even run anymore.
Well,
Would,
guess what
Would Huxley jump on the broom with Soleil?
Yeah. I'm out of wild shapes and I have 1 rage left, and I'm at half HP. Just to let you know.
Gosh. Maybe we should take a break.
Suppose I could heal you. You
Could
big
have. I
boss
mean,
barbarian.
the Citadel is not far away. Could call it a day. Do this tomorrow.
I feel like we're already here. Again, if we see something big and horrifying, we need to leave, but...
It's gonna be super easy to leave in a hurry from down there, I'm just saying. But
Well, I still, like, I can cast fly on
Right,
all of us at the same
if you want
time.
to take a quick breather.
Would that help, Huxley?
I mean, on a short rest, I get back
Mm-hmm.
my wild shapes.
Oh, yeah,
You
it's
could heal a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just rest on this pile of bodies.
Do you?
Like,
I will
Um,
rest over here before I use the broom. I will
They've
sit
trapped you
here
over here.
and
helpful.
stare down the hole.
You guys rest over here?
Well,
No.
if they don't send the broom back.
It's like, no, you stay over there. We'll take our break over
where
here.
are you guys taking me on?
Can one of you, like, light a light up there?
A light?
Yeah.
I have a couple torches.
Perfect. As soon as Lay does that, I'll activate my armor and go swoosh.
Leaving Abel behind.
No, I have wings. I'll fly over. I'll keep an eye on things as I'm doing okay, and keep using detect magic just to make sure there's no random new effects happening around us. Actually, I lied. While they're resting, I'm gonna wander over to the gargoyle dust, and can I get a bottle of it?
Sorry.
See.
Sure.
And then I'll go back to join them. You know, I might want to experiment with it later.
Soleil will use the time to scribble first sketches into his notebook of the vision he had. To get all the details down as long as he remembers them still.
This is where we take our rest.
Okay. You guys take a short rest. And another hour passed.
And Evelyn will make her way to carefully flying back over. Make sure the magic is still down.
As you fly over, you see the haze again.
Gosh, freaking. Right, so the haze came back.
What haze?
It's like some sort of magic.
Could you tell, like, what kind of magic?
I can try.
I mean, is it an illusion like you think it is, or?
Can I glance at
is.
it and see illusion magic?
It is an enchantment, but it seems to hold illusion in.
It's a type of enchantment that has illusion magic tied to it.
Can we just go around it? Like, you can see where it is. Very
Right.
clearly, right?
Yeah, it's only if you get probably close to 30 or so feet to it. We could probably try and use the broom to go down, staying clear of that direction. I'll fly down and make sure that that isn't an area of concern.
Okay.
As I carefully move towards, like, down towards this, does it seem like that's still out of range?
Yes.
I'll call back. I think we're good over here, and as long as we go down from the spot. They always flip. I don't know why they flip when you change the stage.
It's like a trampoline.
It is. It's great. It makes me laugh.
So I can go down on the broom, and Puxley could come with me, and we could ferry it back up this way.
Okay, let's go.
This way.
Mm-hmm.
And as we go down, I'll keep casting detect magic to make sure to keep an eye out for things. And no new auras that are trying to control our brains.
It'd be a good place to.
You wander
traps, too.
around the lower level, looking quite closely for traps, looking at the side rooms, looking for magic. Could everyone please give me an investigation roll?
That's a good one. Natural 1.
10.
15.
25.
For better or worse, you find most of these side rooms empty, but also devoid of traps, of gargoyles, of any sort of magic, until you descend further and further, and you come to a wall in which 3 vault gates sit at the end of this very short stair. One of the vault gates is wide open, the other 2 closed.
The one that's open, is it? Can we see beyond it? Is it just like a small little vault?
It's extremely dark, but you can kind of peer into the room. These gates are right next to one another, and the room looks to be larger than the size of a gate. It looks like they should all lead into the same room.
Can I go inside and look on the wall to see if the other 2 gates are in this room?
Can. Inside.
Oh.
You take a peek.
Oh.
See dried blood and corpses, and you see the other 2 gates. It's indeed the same room.
Are there vault doors across the hall?
Yes. Similar to the way they are sent into this wall, opposite of the room you see another set of doors, one of which seems to be opened.
This room looks like some kind of huge trap. That's what I'm saying to the others. There are bodies in here, and looks like it goes further in though. There's another open door at the other side of the room.
Dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this thing in the middle of the room,
Mm-hmm.
could the thing on top of it, the skull, be described as a core skull of a bone construct?
Interesting you should ask that. Unfortunately, it looks to me made of stone.
Bastard. Why you do this, beggar?
Are those cannons?
Because maybe you have to go into the next room.
Oh,
Why, yes, those are
after
indeed
that.
cannons.
Those are indeed
Indeed, these are cannons.
and probably like flamethrowers. And
Curious
Flames
observation.
That looks
Huxley,
like a death
you said
machine.
you could detect traps and find
Yes! Yes, I can.
please
yeah,
do.
find any and
Looks horrifying.
I will, yeah, I will just make some, like, hand symbols and then cast find traps.
Check the spell. Find a trap.
Sense the presence of any trap within range that is within line of sight, and range is 120 feet. But it does not reveal where the traps are, just that there are traps.
Yeah, that's a trap.
Okay, so
You don't really sense multiple traps. You sense one big one.
there's one big trap somewhere here.
Do you think it's one of the
Really?
bodies on the ground?
Maybe. Or maybe it's that
Whiskey.
big thing with the skull on top in the middle of the room that looks like a bunch of cannons that will shoot at us.
If the
and
trap
kill
will be
you.
triggered by some floor tiles, maybe we should just like take like a moment and fly over with the broom again and try it that way. get through
Yeah,
this
I
room.
always wanted to be target practice for like 9 cannon.
Well, if you're on the ground, you will be target practice for 8 saws,
Oh,
and
I'm sorry,
8
8
blades, and all the cannons too, and
I can make an
flamethrowers.
earthquake.
Okay.
Might just activate it.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
underground, Huxley. Don't make earthquakes underground, please.
But that
Well.
would like maybe just activate the trap and then we'd have some time.
The-
What's
mean,
that
yeah,
for,
but-
Viker?
Nothing.
I want to stay outside of the range of the imaginary circles I keep seeing in the sky.
Okay. Do you wanna like leave the room again?
um,
Yeah, but maybe if we fly, or if we fly over there, it just won't activate.
Maybe.
Or do you think it's magic?
Possibly.
Magically
Close the
activate.
ceiling.
Glancing around the room, I know this is a long shot, Beggar, but I don't see anything from just looking that would define what would possibly activate this thing.
No, you don't see any
Okay.
sort of obvious trigger. The room, by the way, is at your level currently 15 feet high. As it goes 5 feet down in this middle sort of area, it is 20 feet high. The
Okay.
construct reaches to about 5-ish feet underneath the ceiling.
So it itself is like 15 feet tall.
Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
cylindrical tower.
Alright, so hear me out. Let's just not go in this room, but go into the next room.
Okay, how will we accomplish that?
It's the spell called Dimension Door.
I mean,
She
if you
can
can
already-
take us with you.
I mean, I can take one. I know that Evelyn can do the same thing.
I can already do it like once though.
Still
kinda
need to
like
come
with
back.
Evelyn. Yeah.
Well, we could attempt flying, and if it goes horribly wrong, then use that as an escape route.
Right. Good idea. I
Um,
just wanna. Doesn't it seem like hugging the wall helped these people?
Maybe stay away from the blood smears. Um, we can only. I mean, I can fly, and then there's the broom. But I think we can only technically move in the air right now with like 3 of us.
Okay. I really am not interested in this, so one person could come with me with a dimension door, and the other 2 of you could fly. One with the broom, one with presumably you flying.
That's fair.
Okay.
So Huxley or Soleil, who wants to fly on the broom?
like
I
to
can fly. Oh. Okay, I can teleport.
Okay, now we are not trying to fight this, right? We're going directly to the door and gonna hide
Right.
behind it.
Yeah, I have no interest in writing this.
Nope.
It's not a creature, it's not with writing,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I'm not interested.
Okay. Do you want me to let you 2 go first? Because I'm pretty sure that the teleporting will work, so...
Sure. We'll fly. I'm assuming Soleil is on the broom.
Hux wanted to fight too. Hux can fly. It's fine.
Okay, so Hux is on the broom.
Okay.
We're so kind to each other. Like, you get shot. No, you get shot.
No, I can get shot. No, you can get shot.
Yeah, I guess then Hux and I will just ride the broom together at the moment.
Uh-huh.
And start moving.
As soon as you reach the end of half-ish circle, you hear as these saw blades begin spinning up and the whole structure begins to move. And you see the stone skull lock onto your door. Take your turn, please.
Just make a break for.
Oh no, I guess I just gone straight. Yeah, hold on, sorry. I think it's about here is a full dash on the broom.
Yeah, it's 100.
Okay. By the next turn.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm gonna have let Huxley though been controlling the broom, if that's fine, Huxley, just because I can fly. So if there was a situation,
Yeah.
then you're better off being the one flying the broom.
Whoever's flying the broom, could you give me a DC 15 dexterity check?
You should have probably been flying to the
Sorry. I was trying to think like if we got knocked off kind of situation.
Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine. I got a dex save 19.
Hey.
You only take half of 150 damage.
Almost as with a legendary action. As you take your turn, you see the cannon swivel with the head. And the cannon shoots a bolt of lightning. Dealing you, I believe that is half because you saved 8 lightning damage only. As it fires its arcane cannons.
Okay.
Would everyone please roll initiative? So, Evelyn, your turn.
Believe I've given control of the room to Huxley, so Staying on the broom.
Do you do anything else?
Can I take the dodge action?
I would say no because
Okay.
you are being
Because I'm on the
carried.
broom. Yeah, that's fair.
The current control of the broom would have. Not.
That's fine. Then I will just hold on for dear life.
Could Huxley give me another dexterity check? DC is 15.
Mm-hmm. $18.
As far as its flame jet from its arcane cannons, dealing you 12 fire damage since you saved.
Both of us?
Yes.
Okay.
Soleil, do you do anything?
I'm gonna use the dodge action and wait
Okay.
for Red to do something.
Red. What you do?
I'm pretty confident they're gonna get through at this point. So I will indeed cast Dimension Door. Yeah, targeting the closest spot I can see to this open door. And holding on to Soleil to take him with me.
Okay. Could you give me another dex save?
Kinda has like magic.
Oh, this one is the Constitution save.
Oh. A con save, then it's a 17.
On a con save, you are going to have to give me one as well, Evelyn.
Okay. Oof. That would be a 9.
The cannon blasts out this cloud of poison. As Evelyn, you take 26 poison damage and are poisoned for 1 minute. And Huxley, you take half of that, and you are not poisoned.
So 13, and I'm
You can
resistant.
repeat the save at the end of your turn, Evelyn.
Okay.
And then it is your turn, Huxley.
So the broom has enough movement,
It's
right,
got
to dash
50
90 feet?
feet.
Yeah.
So
I think I counted 90.
yeah. We can get to the door.
You barrel through the door.
Soleil using his
Faintly.
dodge action to just duck down as you whoosh over him.
You still hear clicking.
That wasn't too bad.
Watch as we just fly into another room that's exactly the same with another one.
That was
In front
fun.
of you lies a staircase leading further down.
Does it look like these 3 doors were connected? Once we get through over here?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like this 3 doors thing is like excessive nonsense. Why would you build a vault with 3 doors and only if we open one you already are in?
Did
It's
I
like
detect
waste.
any magic off of the doors?
No.
No, it doesn't quite make sense.
You look like you might need some healing there.
Can I save again? Try
Yes.
and save again.
I mean, you could spend time in the
16.
hallway, in the staircase
I
down.
don't know.
If you did you want to take another short rest, maybe?
No, we don't have to take a
No,
short
no,
rest. I just
no.
was.
Just take another short rest. We're going to spend another hour down there. Not that I'd want you to, but
What do I need to succeed the save?
DC 15 con save.
I saved on the next save, so I'm not poisoned anymore. I
I will
think,
heal you
right?
for 10.
Thank you. I will take it.
Are you still bloody?
No.
You think you need more, or
No, I'm okay at the moment.
okay? I mean, you got the little spider things, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, if I get into a situation, I'll let you know if it looks rough, but I can mend myself up a bit if needed.
well, we got more stairs. Hopefully, these are the last stairs.
Hopefully. We'll
I
continue.
am concerned that everything's been opened, though.
Right, well, the notes did say that they expected there was a large chance that they had been looted of most places, but
Right.
they said that they have a strong protection of traps and offensive methods, so they thought that there's a high chance that they haven't conquered the vault yet.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem conquered.
6 rooms. I'm kidding.
Mm-hmm.
You open. Well, you don't open. You come to the open door, and this time in the dim room, you do not see doors on the other side. But what you do see, definitely what you think might fall under the category
I need their
of
heads.
Necrotech.
I need the heads.
As you see 2 gargantuan constructs.
And I would expect one of those heads to be equivalent of what I'm looking for, correct?
Most likely, they are definitely made of bone.
Right, I need one of those.
Many bones.
What do you mean, one of those statues?
No, those are constructs, for sure. And I need one of their heads.
Okay. I think
So-
I need to do more healing to you right now.
How big are the statues?
Yeah.
They are gargantuan.
That means... How big is this door?
Not big enough for them to pass through, if that's what you're asking.
Can I just...
At least
should
not
I
if
just
they-
start using arrows? And cheese them like a good old Dark Souls boss?
I mean, you could
If that's
try,
possible.
if
That
they
is
don't
I
have
doubt
some
it's
sort of
possible, but like
key
that's the
or-
first thought that comes to Soleil's mind. Like, why should I go in there when they can't come to me?
Well, you're so trying, I suppose.
15.
15?
I mean,
So
what's
do-
the worst that could happen?
How about you, Huxley? How hurt are you currently?
Uh-oh. Huxley's dead.
Huxley's
Oh.
dead already.
Huxley's dead. Oh, never mind.
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
How hurt are you?
I am fine, but I'm just a little bit hurt.
How do we want to approach this?
Well,
One of 'em looks
as
like
you deliberate, why don't we take a 5 to 10 minute break?
Cool.
Because I gotta go pee. And I'll be right back.
Be back.
So how do we approach this? We just throw Hux in there as a decoy?
We only need one skull, right?
We probably will also need time to figure out how to open the vault down there.
Right.
So I guess we actually have to get rid of these. Both.
I mean, I can still wild shape when I have one rage left, and I can cast fire shield.
And then you kill it.
Exactly.
Easy enough.
Easy.
Freya is disconnected. Doesn't want to play with us anymore.
Yeah, sorry, I'm leaving actually.
I'm leaving the campaign right now,
Yeah,
this second.
yeah, right now.
It's been too much with us. So
Red,
rude.
Red stole my kill, so
Yeah, he stole your kill. Like, imagine like if you actually played a D&D game where like the DM decided like the killing shot gives you more XP or something.
yeah. And everyone is like different level.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Oh, there's one mastiff there. No, never mind. That's there's one window there. But
Alright.
they. Okay. What a shame. No portable RAM.
There's a spell scroll of some kind.
Yeah. Okay. So that was one of the items.
Okay.
Now, let me see the other ones. You get one spell scroll of 3rd level. One dust of dryness. A potion of greater healing. Another spell scroll of 3rd level. Oil of slipperiness.
Oh boy.
And that is all of the items you find among the bodies.
I'm gonna go into war. All slippery now.
But also dry.
You wanna grapple me?
The strongest of warriors oil up before battle.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
All right, well, one final door.
I'm just looking down here, and this
There's another
skull
skull. Yeah,
thing looks quite suspicious.
yeah. Better not get complacent.
Maybe Evelyn should check on it if it's like magical or something, or
Good idea.
Hux could check if it's a trap.
I can fly that away and hover over it with detect magic.
You do sense a faint aura. Whatever enchantment lies on this marble dais with a marble skull doesn't seem to be strong.
There's something there. It's not very strong.
Where is the Necrotech skull right now? The big one?
think.
I
Can we
might
fit it
wanna-
in the bag of holding or
Yeah,
no?
if it fits, I'll put it in the bag.
Kind of big to fit in the bag.
Okay.
Are you just holding it then?
I guess I'm holding it then.
Who's got the
Um,
other skull?
Can those fit in the bag of holding or no?
Yeah.
I'll put those in the bag then.
Okay.
What kind of magic is it? Can I tell that? If
Seems
it's
to
not
be
too much magic.
enchantment.
Right. Some sort of enchantment.
I think we should just dispel it.
Maybe it opens the door and we shouldn't dispel it.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that's my only concern.
I mean, I still have a counter spell. I could just approach it. And
I
just start
can move
doing
to the
something.
door first.
Yeah.
To see if it causes any reaction and see if maybe it looks like it's part of something that is needed to open the door from that side.
Makes sense.
So fly around here and lower myself down to kind of carefully glance back over at the skull and then kind of move to the door and try and get an idea of what's happening.
You push against this slant valve to open the door, but it's stuck, unmoving.
Am I detecting magic from it?
The gate?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I cast knock on the gate. Yes, Mike.
You hear this as the door swings open with this loud knock.
And it's not needed for the door. I can cast a spell on it if you want me to.
We'll stay out here.
Or
I mean,
right.
well, do you want one of us in there?
No, it's all right. I don't mind either way. Just cautious if you go anywhere near that skull.
I figure I'll just watch it, and if it does something funny, I'll try to counterspell.
I walk all around, just guess.
We step into a small tunnel that narrows at the end, blocked by another gate. With a handle on the inside, you open it and find yourself in the vault. It's surprisingly empty. There are chests all around you, but there seem to be a few loose items strangely arrayed in the middle of the room, leading towards the side.
Be cautious for a moment, and I'm gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Move close enough to see if I'm detecting any magic from this.
You are detecting magic from each of these, all the way to the wall, where
Where there's a
you
little crack.
see something stuck in between the cracks of the wall, radiating magic. Heaven.
I will go over to that. What kind of magic? Hey, if you don't know, it's fine.
Probably enchantment.
Okay.
Probably conjuration, actually.
I will try and take a look at what it is that's stuck in there.
Looks to be a book.
I will take the book.
Soleil was about to say, "What is it?" Abel sees her picking up another book, and he's like, "Okay,
Hold
I'm
in
gonna
your
check. I'm
hands
gonna check one on the chest instead."
a book bearing a title written in Drow.
I need to know. I'm going to use a second level spell slot to cast Comprehend Languages.
Title of the book reads Necrotech Manual. And underneath that line it says Iridid.
Iridid?
Take your time reading that. And these are all the other items that lie there on the ground. However, as you open the Necrotech manual, something falls out, and as you can currently read Drow, you can also read that.
So much to read.
Oh,
Whew. Nobody else read this book, you'll hurt yourself. "96 hours. Ugh.
mm-hmm.
36 hours. Oh my gosh.
The one thing I still don't understand: why did they abandon the city in the first place?
Ooh.
It's worthwhile to mention that if you had access to the prepared materials, you could skip that entire part.
I'm looking for, I need to find them prepared materials. Inmates of the army.
Hey, I have top tier dragon skull bones.
I can send you additional notes on the type of material, the preparation, etc. After
Oh
this.
my.
As I think we'll probably be
Yeah.
ending right here.
Mm-hmm.
All the items. Oh, that is nice.
It's a one time though, right?
It is a one time.
Oh, the silver kind of do rise.
Well, you
Like
can do one spell, no, each spell one, and then
Each spell once, yeah.
the silver
Yeah,
coin is
but-
just like to make all the money in the world.
Hmm.
Okay, so I guess we leave opening the chests for next time then.
Are these the chests? Or no, wait, we haven't
Um,
opened.
These are the things on the
The chest looks
floor.
open.
Well, I mean,
Or
I might
there's
as well tell you right now. All
Yeah.
the
There's
chests
nothing
are
in them?
empty.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
All right.
Sad.
They took
but-
everything.
Yeah.
They did. They
They
did.
did. They took everything.
And
I'm
they
gonna
left
need
through
all
a
of the
hole,
bones
I guess?
collected. I want all of the bones. I think.
Evelyn, how did they leave? That's
Well,
weird.
before you take the bones of the Necrotech, I will write you some stuff
Yeah,
about
yeah, that
which
sounds good.
materials you need. But we will end here today.
Hey,
Ooh.
Session.
that was a
It
great
was long,
session.
but you